that hired him as a superintendent. They then said, hold on, we didn't know his whole resume was all messed up like this. So they're now suing Dr. Roberts because he fooled them.
Local 5's Larissa Leone joins us after attending the special board meeting of the Mill Creek Township School Board in Pennsylvania, where discussion centered on the district's legal next steps. Larissa, what conclusion did the board reach?
Well, Stephanie, Ian Roberts served as superintendent of the Mill Creek Township School District for 3 years, and tonight at a special board meeting, all 10 of the school board members voted to pursue legal action against Dr. Ian Roberts himself, as well as the hiring firm the district contracted to vet him.
Before his time as the superintendent of Des Moines Public Schools, Ian Roberts served as the superintendent of Northern Pennsylvania Mill Creek Township School District from August 13th, 2020 through June 30th, 2023.
Ian Roberts was hired following a vetting and search process conducted by Ray & Associates Incorporated, a national education executive leadership search firm that was hired by the school board.
Following Roberts' detainment and recent news about his immigration and criminal status, the Mill Creek Township School Board met to discuss whether or not the district should look into pursuing legal action against Ray & Associates, the firm responsible for the hiring of Ian Roberts.
We are looking at potential breach of contract, fraudulent misrepresentation, or fraud in the inducement claims against them.
And Roberts himself.
The Mill Creek community as a whole has been betrayed, and we are infuriated at this deception.
Nice a quick message from the sponsor of this video, Crypto.com. Nothing here is financial advice. Always do your own research before investing. Let's be clear, cryptocurrency isn't coming. It's already here. And this next move made it official. Now, Trump Media has just signed a massive $6.4 billion deal with Yorkville Acquisition Group and Crypto.com. Yeah, that Crypto.com. The platform is trusted by millions of users worldwide. Now, here's the big play. They're teaming up to scoop up billions of CRO. That's the token powering Crypto.com's entire ecosystem. Fast transactions, low fees, and even real-world perks like cash back when you spend. So the goal, build America's first CRO treasury called the Trump Media Group CRO strategy. And when all is said and done, this new company becomes the largest publicly traded CRO holder in the world. Head to Crypto.com today to make crypto great again. Now, this segment is sponsored by Crypto.com. Nothing here is financial advice. Always do your own research before investing. Now, back to the madness. Now, it even gets crazier from here because Ian Roberts was registered to vote in Maryland.
Hello.
Nobody knows how that happened.
Fils de pute.
There are mounting questions about how an illegal immigrant who has faced criminal charges and deportation orders was able to serve as a Baltimore City principal and most recently as the head of Iowa's largest school district.
The same birthday and Maryland address attached to this traffic citation Roberts received in Iowa, matching this Maryland voter registration, publicly available on the state's
Misery
website.
looks hilarious. I'm not gonna lie.
And then it happens.
So now with all this going on, the government was going to deport Ian Roberts back to Guyana, but they decided to charge him criminally with the possession of firearms as an illegal alien.
Roberts is now facing a charge of being an illegal immigrant in possession of a firearm after federal authorities claim a same-day search of his home led to the seizure of 3 more guns.
So now he has the firearms charge to deal with. But then the feds found out that on the I-9 form that he turned into the federal government for work authorization, well, on that form, he put he was a U.S. citizen. So putting false statements on federal documents, that's a felony.
Well, a federal grand jury has officially indicted former Des Moines Public School Superintendent Ian Roberts on 2 federal charges, including a new charge.
Ian Roberts now faces formal charges from a federal grand jury. The first charge involves falsifying a federal document. According to the indictments, Roberts allegedly claimed he was a U.S. citizen on an I-9 form, which is used to verify someone's eligibility to work in the U.S. The indictment states Roberts filled out the form while, quote, he attested he was a United States citizen, knowing he was not, in fact, a United States citizen.
So let's honestly understand what we're dealing with here. We have a person whose criminal history is a mess, from slinging rocks to gun possession charges, right? Now, this is a person who's also lied about their qualifications. Said they got a degree from this school. The school says no. Said you got this award, Principal of the Year. Award doesn't exist. And on top of that, is here illegally and is claiming to be a U.S. citizen, knowing he can't legally vote in Maryland, but guess what he did? He registered to vote anyway. So how do you think the left-wing maniacs are taking all of these facts and trying to spin it? You're going to be surprised.
We have a plan to reimagine education here for the future in Des Moines.
But they say they were not aware of a deportation order issued last May.
Bro, this guy's like This guy's a literal stud, okay? Just, he's so awesome. A go-getter.
He's also a criminal filth, but okay.
The very fact that this is the type of person that this administration is actively trying to deport from this country, a role model, a pillar of the community, someone who is an overachiever by every metric, like a good person, but not just a good person, but like an
That's because I wasn't
athlete.
talking.
Like, this is who we have to get out of the country? Are you insane?
I was talking to myself.
Makes no sense.
He's calling him a pillar of the community. This guy who's lied about his whole resume. This man who has lied about everything. Hassan says he is a role model for children. Why are we even calling him doctor? He's not a doctor. We can't even verify that he's a doctor. But obviously, because Hassan's a lefty, you have to pull out the good old faithful race card. If you don't think this guy should stay in the country, it's because racism?
Like, go ahead.
Is it the video or the game?
Unless you are straight up a Klansman who sees a black person and goes, hell yeah, I'm glad that we got this scary thug out of here. Like, most people are gonna look at this and be like, why the f are you kicking this guy out?
Oh, I can answer that question very easily. It's because he's a criminal illegal alien. His rap sheet is as long as my arm, his resume is full of holes. We don't even know if he's a real doctor, and he has defrauded his way to the top. He is the poster boy of who you kick out. But again, the Democrat talking point is racism, racism, racism. Even when the facts show this isn't about race, this is about responsibility. Well, as always, tell me where I'm wrong in the comment section, and people, subscribe to the channel, hit the button. I don't know what's going on.
It's crazy that this game is better than anything Blizzard ever did. It's kind of nuts. It's a mod for Diablo 2. And it's fantastic. Remember when Blizzard was a decent company, not run by some of the worst people on the planet? Yeah. So do I. Good times. Idola? Arcana? Oh, we got a new Morgan.
Woke is dead. I've written a whole new book. I've invited some of the finest woke warriors in the world. Tell me why I'm wrong.
You all sat there in this entire book moaning about how straight men are being bullied and marginalized by left-wing idiots like me, and actually that makes you incredibly woke.
You just cherry pick whatever you don't like. So when you don't like something and it hurts you, then that's when you go against counter culture, Pierce.
You are woke, Piers.
Yeah, and I like totally
The idea that vegans eat avocados every day is silly.
It's a bit presumptuous to celebrate that all of the parasitic ideas that constitute wokeism are now eviscerated.
This is more an aspirational title.
When you go promote this book over on Friends, when you booty clap them cheeks.
Which I will be, by the way, in about a week.
I see you're still acting stupid here. So what is your point?
If we're going by woke is dead, you might learn something.
I think we should get a free copy considering
I think we should
the book would...
See, I'm a big fan of both of y'all, by the way. I'm a big fan of you.
I love you.
Love
All right, can we stop this annoying podcast?
Take up space, baby girl.
Come on, baby.
Well, as I may have mentioned once or twice.
Okay, there's gonna be a couple of weird. I want to use the word, but the internet doesn't let me use that word. But there's gonna be a couple of those people on the chat.
It still pops up every now and again. But what's changed is the way that we all respond to wokeism. Now, the tolerance of it of these newfound fascists has been put firmly back in its box. Just about every news program in the country has asked me on to talk about it, but here at Uncensored, we prefer to debate the news rather than just talk about it. So in the spirit of fairness, balance, and a robust exchange of views, I've invited some of the finest woke warriors in the world and the Uncensored universe to return and tell me why I'm wrong. Each of my woke witnesses will be presented with a claim from my book tailored to their unique, specialised subject. I'm joined in the studio by James Barr, comedian and Uncensored woke correspondent, Bonnie Greer, playwright and liberal commentator, and more to come. So the first topic we're going to discuss is pride. And my guest, James Barr, is the specialised expert in this area, and thinks he is. Here's a clip of James in action talking about this.
Why are you so triggered by a flag? It's a rainbow flag. You mentioned Regent Street.
I'm not triggered by a rainbow flag. I'm triggered by the fact that everywhere I go for a calendar month, everything has to be a rainbow flag.
Well, I'm triggered that everywhere I go for the entire year, everything has to be straight. Why is straight
Where's
everywhere?
my straight flag?
Why am I constantly getting straight?
Where is my straight flag?
Straight people holding hands in the street.
When have you ever seen a straight flag?
Why has Mickey Mouse got a
Tell
girlfriend?
me one straight flag hanging right now anywhere in the world.
Why are straight people
Where
pushing
is the straight flag?
identity
Where's the
onto
straight
me?
flag?
Everywhere.
Where's my straight flag? Still haven't got my straight flag.
Well, you are a straight flag.
Don't even get a straight day, let alone a month.
You are a straight flag, Piers.
I want to read you a quote from my book, James. The holy month of Pride is the dizzying peak of hypocritical corporate virtue signaling. I will go along with this, but only when I get a straight flag and a straight month. So this is all about equality. Until then, I don't need a rainbow on my breakfast cereal, sandwich, or chocolate bar to prove I don't care what you get up to in your spare time. And it turns out many gay people agree with me.
Many gay people agree with me. All the gay people I know agree with me, so I'm right.
Not all.
Bullshit,
Not
Piers.
all. Most gay
Bullshit.
people I know think that the Pride Month thing's got out of hand.
Also, can I just say, that is not queerness, that is capitalism that you have a problem with. That's not Pride Month, that's capitalism.
Why do you get a month?
Why do you get a whole year?
Why do you want a month?
Why do you get a
I don't get a whole year.
Next
Yeah,
you'll be
we
turning
don't
around
get
and
shit,
saying,
motherfucker.
Why isn't it a White History Month?
I don't get
Fuck
a
off.
There is every single day of
I don't
every
agree
year.
with Black History Month either.
Every single day of every year is for straight white people. So it's okay.
Yeah, it's so condescending, right? Like, that's the worst part. It's super condescending, dude. Like, oh, shut these guys up. We'll give them a month. Who cares? Like, and I'll make sure it's the shortest month as well, right? Isn't it February? Right? Like, that's the progressive idea? Wow, dude. They're treating you like you're a fucking, like you're on the plantation still, and you're just like, oh, yes, sir. Yeah, thank you, sir. And we're supposed to be okay with that? Fuck off.
But why do you live in those months too?
I do live in those months, and they're exhausting.
What's the difference between your Pride Month and the rest of the year?
Pride Month is a celebration and raising awareness of
what?
But
I know you exist.
And can I just say as well, I do think this book is ridiculous. Woke is dead. It's such a ridiculous title for a book because of all the people in the world, the most woke person is literally you. You are sat there in this entire book moaning about how straight men are being bullied and marginalized by left-wing idiots like me, and actually that makes you incredibly woke. That makes you the most woke person because you cannot stand that straight men are being
It was a fool to have trusted me.
which is great. So well done on being
Is it
woke.
June?
As I will say to Bonnie a little later when we get to her issue, actually, by the original definition,
I don't even know.
which originated in African American music in America.
It wouldn't have surprised me if it was February. Like, give them the shortest month. Shut them up, right?
I am woke.
It goes further than that.
But that is not how it transformed in the last decade. It became an insidious form of
It's like,
fascism.
what's the difference between Black history and white history? Like, literally nothing. It's fucking history. Jesus fucking Christ. Fucking retarded.
It was an outrageous attack on women's rights. If you raise a concern about it, boom.
Let's divide it into racial categories, because
I didn't see you.
we don't fucking divide ourselves enough yet. Fucking retarded, dude. I hate people so
What are
much.
you talking about? I stand up for women's rights all the time.
So is it wrong that trans athletes compete in women's sport?
I think that all sports should be gender neutral, Piers, because I think
Gender neutral.
I think that people of different.
Have you ever watched the Olympics?
Yes,
This
I
guy's a
have.
retard,
Do you ever
dude.
watch the times that men?
I think it should be
Black History Month,
divided
yeah.
by body type and strength. To be honest,
And you'd have men
I
against
think
women.
that would be a lot safer. safer.
Men would compete with women.
Because there are women who are stronger built than other women.
come off
and
it,
there are men
James.
who are stronger
This
built
is the
than
problem.
other men. No, your problem is that you are literally just victimizing anyone with a different opinion to yourself.
No, mate, you're
you are so wrong, Piers.
No, you want
Actually, it's October. This is Black History Month, apparently.
The audience at home can see you're a complete lunatic.
I'm not a lunatic.
Of course you are.
I'm not.
Of course
There
you
is
are.
nothing wrong with what...
There's a reason we
I want
separate the
safety.
sexes in the Olympics.
You know I
no
want
women
safety.
would win a medal again.
I want safety for women, girls.
No, you don't.
I do. Yes, I do.
You want women getting in a boxing ring in the Olympics with a man.
That's insane.
You just said it.
There are literally hardly any trans people in the world. This is such
So in the
bullshit.
gender-neutral Olympics, in the
I just looked it up.
boxing event,
The hilarious
you'd
part
have
is...
women
Okay, this might get me cancelled. Black History Month is an annually observed commemorative month originating in the United States, where it is also known as African American History Month. It began as a way of remembering events and important people of sub-Saharan African and Afro-Caribbean ancestry. Name some. What did we ever get out of sub-Saharan Africa that we use? Besides, you know, back in the day, the people. To be fair, they sold themselves, right? So, let's don't even start about that nonsense. We just bought them, right? I honestly don't know. I don't know anything that comes out of Africa that we use as a species. Like literally nothing. I can't think of a single thing.
I would, if you're worried about people's safety,
Would you have them fighting
if
or
you're
not?
worried about people's safety, then you should look at people's strength and body mass and put those people against each other. That's what you should do.
You would put a woman with the right body mass in
You
the
are
boxing
constantly
ring
changing what I'm
against a
saying.
man.
You're changing.
Didn't you just say that?
No, I said people with the same and similar body types and strength ability.
Like the only thing I can actually like legit think of is humanity itself, right? Supposedly we're from the sub-Saharan Africa. And then my immediate next thought was apparently it's a good thing we escaped from there, because all of our innovations came from when we weren't there.
I mean, if she looks roughly the same size as the bloke,
obviously,
put them in the
look
ring.
at them.
This is completely insane.
It
This is my point.
might sound
You
insane,
people are
but it actually
insane.
makes complete
This is
sense.
why I've written the book. It is insanity.
It's not insanity.
It is.
It's not. It's fairness. The whole
It's
point.
not
Fairness. If you get rid of gender in sports, there would be no women anymore. Not a single one would be in sports still. Because they wouldn't qualify, dude. Like what? You think the WNBA can hold their own in the NBA? There's a reason the NBA dumps millions of dollars into the WNBA every year and still makes a loss, by the way. The WNBA is not profitable. There's a reason for that. It's because they suck at basketball. No offense, right? It's just true. Running, you're over half a second slower on the 100 meters. And it only goes up from there as the distance increases. So, I don't know what the fuck you guys are smoking, but I want some of that shit, because apparently it fucks you up. You know what I mean? I don't mind a good fucking up every now and then.
The whole point of woke is to make everyone equal. We're trying
Bonnie, even you, Bonnie, surely you can see this is insane.
Kids, I've actually boxed the man. As small as I am.
Could you do it right now?
Yeah, and you probably got knocked the fuck out.
See, that's my point. The weight, he and I had the same weight, so we went to the ring together. He beat me, but we did it. We bounced.
He beat, yeah, and that's the point. He beat you without breaking a sweat. You might have been the same weight, but we are definitely not equal in terms of physicality. It's just not, right? Like, I'm the nicest fucking guy. If I want to kill you, I can kill you. No problems. It's just not a fair fight. And that's designed by nature not to be.
We saw actually at the last Olympics, Imran Khalif, an Algerian boxer who was banned from the World Championships for having tested positive for male chromosomes, getting in the ring, winning the gold in the weight class that Imran Khalif was in. And we saw an Italian female boxer quit after 40 seconds because, quote, "I've never been hit that hard in my life. I fear for my life." This is wrong. It is dangerous. It's not a question, James, all due respect. I've done a lot of research into this. It is not a question of just having a similar body shape. Men have stronger muscle mass, stronger lung capacity. Every metric of physiology with men is superior purely on the physiology. That's why we separate the sexes.
But Piers, your issue, you call something wrong. It's not wrong. It's something we need to explore and to learn more
No, that's
about.
where you're.
Well, hang on.
Well, you're wrong. Ironically, you're wrong.
No. It's not wrong. Killing people is wrong. But these two people need a chance. We need to learn more about the human body, and we can. I don't want to see a.
We know enough. Bro, these people are fucking retarded. We know more than enough about the human body. All right. The fact that you're trying to make up some bullshit because you have crazy fucking imbecilic ideas, and you want to make sure that you want to make sure that dumb people, dumber than you already are, which is a stretch, right? But you want to make sure that at least the dumb people will think you're talking sense. Anyone who thinks about what you're saying for more than 1 second will realize you're a fucking retard. You have no idea what you're talking about. You're advocating to inflict damage on women because of this nonsense, and you're gleefully doing it. All right, these people are a danger to our society as a whole, 100%. And we need to keep fighting back against this nonsense. And by fighting back, I mean push back rhetorically, right? Just you take what they say and you just explore, not explore. You shine a light on what they say, because what they say doesn't stand up on its own right, because it's stupid and objectively wrong. Like, okay, you want to get rid of the weight class? Not the weight classes. Oh shit. Chief one. Oh no. I have my bottle of Coke. Damn, I couldn't give him a potion. You want to get rid of the gender differences in sports? Then you have just ensured no single woman will ever be in professional sports ever again, because they will not be able to compete. It is an impossibility. It does not happen. It will not happen. It never has happened. Just look at Danica Patrick, for example, right? She is one of, if not the most successful female driver of all time, and she was a joke in NASCAR, bro. Like that, she's a back burner, bro. Nobody gave a fuck about her. Nobody respected her. She drove like shit. It was an absolute clown show. She's one of the worst drivers NASCAR has ever seen. At a certain level, you are just not good enough as a woman. I'm sorry. Like, I know that's like a terrible, it sounds like a terrible thing to say, but it's objective reality, and it's time we fucking start living in objective reality. You take your Fantasyland bullshit and you keep it in your own head, right? Where it belongs.
Of course I don't. But we have an opportunity to learn more about the human body, more physiology. And let me say something. I got into a ring with a little guy. You know, this was a little man, and he beat me.
She's acting all aloof. I got into the ring with a little guy. Like, she's like, what, 160? So the guy's like even smaller, and he beat your ass, bitch. What the fuck are you saying? Like, that's the perfect example of why you shouldn't do that shit.
Because he was better than me.
Because he's a man.
He was better than me. No,
there's a reason we do. Listen, I'm afraid
he was better than you. Yeah, because he's fucking. He's physically better than you. You're right. Exactly. Right. You're so close to getting it.
Things are wrong.
No, that's not true. This is not it.
Allowing biological men into women's sport is wrong.
This is not.
There's no ambiguity about it.
When you use right and wrong to me, and we may be doing it differently, we're talking about a moral universe. I disagree with that.
Not a moral universe.
No. You said
objectively wrong.
Sorry.
Sorry.
You're wrong again.
No, I'm not wrong.
We're talking about a factual reality.
No. I'm talking about when you say the word to me. I'm not talking about whether it's true neutrally. When you say the word to me, that's where I take it, and I'm saying you're wrong.
I'm not saying it's morally wrong.
Of course you're not, but if you...
I'm saying it's actually scientifically, biologically wrong and unfair and unequal. It's the same as allowing doping.
But wrong means that something is morally in some universe.
No,
wrong.
it doesn't, man. These people, man, they cannot engage with the conversation at hand, dude. They have to obfuscate because the whole basis of their premise is built on bullshit. They're lying to your face, and every time you call it out, they have to create another lie because they know if they bring it to the actual point, they will fucking lose because what they're saying is complete and utter banana nonsense.
Hang on, no, you're disagreeing.
Well, actually, it is morally wrong too.
Well, I disagree.
But it's also
physically. It's not. I disagree with the moral part.
Why would you want?
That's
why
wrong.
would you, as a strong? I've known you a long time.
I've known you a long time.
I have a lot of time for you.
I have a lot of time for you.
A lot of what you say. We agree about a number of things. And I respect you. I do. But the idea that you think it's right that women's sports should be destroyed.
No, I didn't say that.
Well,
you've leaped into a huge platform.
It's either right or wrong.
What I'm saying is, in each instance, Piers, let's judge it. Let's see what it is. Let's leave it open for that. You might be right at the end of the day.
No, I am
but
right.
let's...
You're so frustrating. You're so annoying. Also, we were talking about pride and you immediately...
I agree. Let's come back to pride.
You've immediately segued into an enormous debate.
Here's my thing about pride. I was having this conversation actually with a gay broadcaster today about how dramatically things have changed. In 1966, when England won the World Cup, it was illegal to be gay in this country. It was a crime, right? We have moved a long way from then. 30 years ago, in my village when I grew up, you would hear a lot of homophobic stuff in the pubs and racist stuff, if I'm honest. It was very normal, right? In the villages up and down the country, people were homophobic and racist. It was ignorance in the kind of purest sense of that, of no exposure to people who were openly gay, very few black people in villages in southern England, for example. Absolutely. And it was a kind of ignorance based on just never experiencing anything different to their straight white lives. Today's show is sponsored by OneSkin, which can help all of us look even younger. We have moved on so much, James.
Your previous argument proves that we actually haven't, because you're removing empathy from the trans debate.
No. Here again, let me just be crystal clear for the 1,000th time, probably with you alone, I've said this.
The fingers out.
I have never had a problem with people identifying as trans. If they believe they're trapped in the wrong body, they want to identify as no problem. My only problem
knock yourself out. Just don't
to erode women's rights.
Don't bother me with it.
Pursuing their own rights. I
want
want trans people to have the same rights to fairness, safety, and equality as me, you, and
How does the erosion happen? You said when they erode.
Yes.
When does the erosion happen? Can I have an example?
Literally just told you.
No, you didn't.
I did.
No, you didn't. You made a statement, but you didn't give me an example. Let me say something else. I lived in the village, in Greenwich Village in the 80s.
Yeah.
Most of my friends died. Yeah, most of my friends died from AIDS. I still haven't got over that, okay? They were people, some of them peers couldn't go home to their parents.
I agree.
Because their parents didn't know they were out.
I know.
Some of them did go home, and they couldn't die with the people they had spent 10 and 20 years of their life because their parents wouldn't allow it.
But Bonnie.
Hang on. What pride is about is foregrounding those people's worldview in peace. I don't agree with people taking over other people's lives. I don't agree with people stopping you from what you feel. But I do adamantly support gay rights because there was a time when people died.
They have rights. They have the exact same rights as we do. Like, what the fuck is this?
I've always supported gay rights.
Are you saying we should just stop pride now because it's done?
Yeah,
That's your argument.
It's just annoying.
I have as many rights as they do.
Just cancel pride altogether.
Like butterflies.
Why should gay people get a whole month?
Why not?
Are you saying?
They didn't have any.
If you want equality, that's not.
Yeah.
You just
What's up,
answered
Mix?
your own question.
I don't get a date.
Piers,
I don't get an hour.
Piers, you just answered your
I've
own
become a
question.
marginalised person.
Piers, no,
You
you're not. No,
literally,
you're not.
you're a walking straight pride.
You're a wonderful straight white man.
Yeah.
Listen, and I'm married to one, and I'm telling you something. He
Chillin'.
goes into the door first when we have to go somewhere, because I know how it
Power
works. Okay?
Power Wars Simulator is out, the new one, and apparently it's
So
multiplayer
what
now.
I'm saying to you is,
Could be fun.
You live in a universe, and because you don't know any other universe, you live in this universe where you're highly privileged. You're highly
But hang on,
privileged.
I've lived in London since I was 19.
Okay.
London is one of the most multicultural,
Yes, so
tolerant places
Piers,
on earth.
Piers,
right?
Piers, you and I don't think you. I don't know if you still live there, but you and I used to live in Notting Hill. Now, I'll give you £100.
I've never lived in Notting Hill.
Okay, but we know them. We know the area. To this day, I'll put £100 on the table if you and I walk up to a restaurant, certain restaurants. Guess who doesn't get checked?
Let's go to Brixton and try it and see what happens there.
It'll happen there too.
Really?
It'll happen there too. Yeah, Brooks has changed. Haven't you been there?
I don't for a moment mitigate that actually if you're black, you probably still get that kind of experience from time to time, and it's awful. I hate it. I hate racism.
I know you do.
Similarly, I hate homophobia. Judging people on their sexuality, I despise it. Honestly, I do.
Yeah, and gay people don't
I don't
feel
think
safe.
you would say in any of our interactions privately, you would ever get a sense I'm remotely homophobic. Of
course you're not homophobic.
No, of course you're not.
It's really not. It's not about that. In the same way that with the trans issue with sport and stuff, I'm not transphobic. What I'm trying to do is get a level, fair,
But
free,
you can't,
and equal playing
Piers,
field.
you cannot, because your intelligence is too complex, okay? You can't do it. Now, if you
Actually,
put,
the issue
hang
of
on.
transport is more complicated.
Pardon me?
Can I just say something, Piers? If you
Yeah,
hate
if you're a man,
Christ
you fight
so
other
much,
men.
that's maybe
End of
why.
story.
Maybe we needed to invite you.
Yeah,
Do you
come
just feel
on.
left out?
No,
Do you
No,
want to come
I
to
just
Pride?
don't want to have.
Do you want to come to
I
Pride
don't
with
want to
me?
have a month of you ramming it down
Why
my
did-
throat.
I
for
will
want of a better
always-
phrase.
You would
I'm
love
always
Pride.
ready
You would
to
love
ram it down your
You
throat,
would
Piers.
love it. You would
I
love
think
it.
you and I should go to Pride in London
And I'll
next
go
year.
with you.
I'll hold
You
your
I
hand.
thought it would be very
love it.
popular.
You can
at Pride.
feel included.
Although
It
gay
can be
men
very
never
popular.
hit on me. Never happened.
It'll happen
hit on
at
you all the
Pride.
time.
It'll
Honestly,
happen at your
I have
Pride.
never had
It'll
a gay
happen
man
at Pride.
come on to me
And
in
you'll-
my
it'll
adult
happen-
life. It's
it'll
quite
happen at
amazing.
Pride. It'll happen
I
at
don't know
Pride.
what it is. I must radiate
It'll happen at Pride.
such amazing straight
you-
testosterone.
I know. It's the same as, oh, we got Black History Month. What? Why? Is your history different than my history? I'm pretty sure it's not. I'm pretty sure we're all living on the same fucking planet with the same fucking history. Shut the fuck up, right? It's so fucking stupid. It's like, we all have the same fucking history, goddammit, right? History is history. Stop racializing that shit.
I want them to.
Do you want a bit of gay?
I'm just saying, I've never had a gay man
We'll
come on.
take you where it'll happen.
Ain't no white history, ain't no black history, ain't no yellow history, ain't no fucking it's just history.
We're gonna move
End
on
of
to the second
story.
topic. You guys stay, 'cause everyone can join in.
Bunch of bad shit happened, bunch of good shit happened, and that's how we got here, right? Like, it's kind of important to not view that through racial fucking lenses.
Ever written. You think woke is dead is bad, mate? Try the case for cancel culture.
Lovely
so
title.
let's have a look at Ernest's greatest hits. Ernest, why was somebody who's so traumatized by Kevin Spacey send him naked pictures of himself?
I think the larger point for me in all of this is that Kevin Spacey appears to have a bunch of skeletons in his closet, and I feel like the more he talks, the more I learn.
I know,
the more
right?
learn more
Yeah.
about him, the more I dislike him, and the more I don't want to buy a movie ticket to ever see him again.
Seeing Ernest, you were so censorious about Kevin Spacey, who has fought 2 cases.
We would all agree on that.
One for civil court. He
Except
won
for the
both.
Karens, they would hate
He's
it.
not convicted of any crimes. And yet many people like you believe he should be cancelled because you don't
And
like
the fake Sims, right? The Sims would fake hate it, right? They'd be like, oh no, that's unacceptable, my queen, no, no.
completely squeaky clean background.
Meanwhile, they're like, oh no, no, I want one.
To you, would you be appearing here on my show? Would you have to
Pathetic
cancel
losers.
yourself?
So for starters, I just want to say that I am not saying that Kevin Spacey should be canceled forever. If you actually read my book, you know that I
When's
talk
he
about
allowed
how
back?
there's a process around accountability.
Whoa, whoa,
He
whoa.
was dealt with the courts. He has, suffered, consequences for his actions, and that's really what it's about. It's about accountability. So this idea of, defining things, you can misdefine woke the way you want to, which I disagree with how you're defining it in this book. But, you know,
Have you
if
read
we want
the
to talk
book?
about cancel culture, it is about accountability.
You haven't read my book. How do you
And
know?
that was what I was calling for with the Kevin Spacey.
Hang on, Ernest.
No, I'm talking about the way you just
hang
defined
on.
the show.
Ernest, you haven't read my book. How do you know what's in it?
You just defined. I said the way you defined it. I didn't talk about the whole book. I
I haven't defined the book at all.
Like the way.
Here's what I'm going to say about cancel
no,
culture.
you've defined
Here's
woke on the show.
hang on, Ernest. Here's a passage from the book about cancel culture, your specialist subject. People were cancelled for the most pathetic reasons in the stampede of frenzied outrage. It was now impossible to be woke enough. I don't think anybody really wants to live in a society of curtain-twitching snitches and armchair detectives raking over problematic social media posts from a decade ago. I don't think anyone really enjoys walking on eggshells and waiting for a knock on the door from the fun police. We've been liberated from the tyranny of the always offended and given a fresh crack at a world without cancel culture. And that's why it's so important we don't replace it with something equally bitter, ideological, grievance-ridden, and censorious. And there was a great example of this with the comedian Graham Linehan. Now, you know, not everyone agrees with his views, but he decided he was going to make this whole issue of the trans activism an issue where he would defend women's rights. Maybe he went too far with some of his rhetoric, with some of his posts, maybe his jokes weren't that funny. But the idea that for posts on X in April, 5 armed police arrested him at Heathrow Airport and dragged him through the criminal mincer until, thank God, common sense prevailed. And the police announced not only were they not pursuing this case, but they were now no longer going to pursue at all any similar case like that, because they realise it's not their job to police free speech. If he's not inciting violence, and he clearly wasn't, they're trying to make out he was doing a crass joke, but he wasn't inciting violence against any individual. And I think that that is where my concern about cancel culture is, that if you're inciting violence, fine, that's not covered by free speech. No one should defend it, right?
My damage is starting to fall off again. Which makes sense, right? I've been basically using this bow for 4 acts
But
now.
I'm entitled to be all those things towards you, and you are to me.
Serve me well.
Uncensored is proudly sponsored by Cozy Earth, which, like me...
Oh, I hate that he does this, man. He asks a question and then goes to commercial. How about you go to commercial after the answer? See, here's the thing, Pierce, if you're watching. I will not skip an ad if it's before a question. If it's right after a question and I'm waiting for an answer, I will skip your ad in a fucking heartbeat, dude. Like, go fuck yourself, alright?
No one's disagreeing with that. I think what is important to note is that you're conflating several things. For starters, I think it's ironic that your book is called...
Yeah. Well, that's what after the answer means, right? It's essentially before the next question. Right?
So really
So yeah, exactly what I mean, yeah.
You clearly like cancel culture because your title is called Woke is Dead and you want to cancel wokeism.
Yeah, but I'm doing to wokeism what
That's your opinion.
what cancel culture protagonists like you should want me to do. I'm canceling it.
Well, no. I want to cancel bigotry and hatred and racism and transphobia. And that's my opinion. Well, then I would argue that some of the behaviors of the comedian you spoke on, I don't think that the government should infringe upon his free speech rights, which is one thing, right? So
Right? Yeah. You never played Diablo 2? This multi-shot, bro.
But again, I say the same thing about
High level, right? It's like level 24. I got +4 on skills, I think.
Guys, you know, that you
Yeah.
tend to be speaking positively about the president of the
I also have
United
Strafe.
States. He
Hang
wants
on.
to censor comedians who disagree with him politically. I think that is
That's only like a couple of
version of
levels.
wokeism. Wokeism is not just
It looks like a machine gun, I love it.
Let me surprise you. I don't disagree. I make the point in the book that you haven't read.
You're going to tell him, Pierce.
The woke
Yeah,
right
Boa's on after
showing
1.10 wasn't so
tendencies
good.
which are exactly the things
But
they
in
criticize
Project Diablo,
on the
they
woke
balanced it.
left.
And I said that in my book, The Case for Cancel Culture, Pierce. So if you read my book, you will know that I talk about when progressives cancel and when conservatives cancel.
I've been canceled.
It's all subjective.
Druid,
you
yuck.
just cherry pick whatever you don't like.
Well,
So
Druid
if
is
you don't like
massively
something,
improved in this, by the way.
And that's when you go against cancel culture, Pierce.
Supposedly.
But you're in favor of cancel culture. You are.
You notice clubs now? The literal cudgels, like the wooden fucking sticks, right? The clubs. They have +2 Druid stats
You're
now.
more woke than any of us. And not only that, the beautiful thing about it is that you got Donald Trump on speed dial. So you need to call him up and tell him just what you said.
Well, we're going to come to you and Donald Trump.
The throwing daggers are unlimited, so you just need one and you can keep throwing them. It's like with the potions, right? They're unlimited as well now. Like I can just...
I can explain.
You can explain why he's Hitler but not a Nazi?
Yes, I can.
I'd love to hear that explanation.
Okay, very happy.
That's one of the maddest things you've ever said.
Very happy to.
But the throwing daggers have plus skills to assassins. And some you can corrupt items.
Doesn't mean it's true. just because one preposition is true
corrupted
doesn't mean the
to
other
get
one is
extra
true.
stat points,
And I
like in
think
Path of Exile.
All right, well, I'm going to come to you, Bonnie. Don't worry. Got a lot to
You can.
discuss with
There's
you.
way more
Finally,
crafting
on
recipes.
cancel culture. You know, I
The
do
keys work as
actually
map
accept, for
hacks as
example,
well. If you hover over the
there's a
key,
good example
it'll
of
tell
this in the
you,
UK
oh,
right
you
now.
want to go that way
President-elect
for
of
the next
Oxford
level.
Union Debating Society reacted to Charlie Kirk being murdered by posting on groups, LOL, laugh out loud, and then Charlie Kirk got shot, let's effing go, exclamation mark. In other words, he was celebrating the shooting. He says he didn't know he was actually
Way more
the shooting of Charlie Kirk. Now, what made this particularly awful?
way more
was that
recipes.
he had debated Charlie Kirk in the
A lot of new items.
only 4 months before.
If
Now, here's
you're
my point
installing
about him.
it, let me know.
I don't think he should be arrested.
I'll make a new
for what he
character.
said. I don't think you should have government interference in censoring him.
You
or
do need
anything
original
like
Diablo
that.
2
He's
and
perfectly
Hello Dido,
entitled to what
not
he
the
said.
remake.
And to your point about accountability,
Not the remake.
obviously he is unfit.
The
to be
upgraded.
president of a debating society, and we should all agree that, right? We all like to.
I had it on my Battle.net
right?
account. I
don't-
had Diablo
if
2
you
and
were
LOD on my
shot,
Battle.net account
if you
from
were
beforehand.
you were James, or God forbid, I was. I wouldn't expect anyone here to celebrate that news publicly in the way that
I've
guy
owned
did.
this for
So
over
you
25
should
years,
agree
right?
with
So
some of the parameters
I have no idea if
shouldn't
you
be
can
very
still buy it.
contentious, right? And that is that if you do something as despicable as that, I don't want you arrested.
Buy
for it.
original
I don't want you put in a
Diablo 2.
prison cell. But I do want you held
$10
accountable for what you said. And if what you've done is completely incompatible,
But that doesn't include
with the
LOD, I'm
position
guessing.
you're trying to occupy, which clearly it is. You can't be here. We run a debating society and celebrate people being killed for their views. Then you should not be
I was
doing
on the
it.
Oxford Union debate actually.
Sorry.
So what's interesting, I was actually on the Oxford Union debate earlier this year with Dave Rubin. When you had him on your show that week.
Wait, don't you
I was
have
actually on that
Resurrected?
debate. And so I do know the players there. And I think what's important to note is, like, your point is correct. The way in which we define who we choose to counsel is based on our own
Yeah, it's
standards,
$10
the standards
each.
to which you're upholding the role,
If you
which is about civility.
go to the
And
accounts-
often what happens,
Go to accounts on Battle.net, the website, not on the app, and check under games under your account activity under not activity under your account under games and subscriptions. You scroll all the way down if you have the classic games available, because maybe if you bought remastered, you got the old ones. I'm not sure about that. Otherwise, it's $10 each. Or 13 euros on Kingwin, but that adds like it's higher, right? Because 13 is yeah. You might as well buy it on Battle.net then. It's basically $20 on Kingwin as well. But check your account first to see if it's there. Because if I log into my account, let me do that so you guys can see. So if I log in on my account, there's this classic games right here, right? These are the classic games. I logged into my account. Account settings, I believe. Games and subscriptions, and then you scroll down and see the classic games. I'm actually happy that didn't show, because that showed my CD keys. I'm happy my thing wasn't available. Yeah, I can't show it. But yeah, website, login, go to your account settings, and then it says games and subscriptions. Yeah, I know, right? On the top left-hand side, and then if you scroll all the way down, it'll say classic games. You might have them already because of buying Diablo 2 Remaster. I'm not sure how that worked. So definitely make sure if they're that they're not in there first. Yeah, I completely forgot that just straight up lists your CD keys. I'm really happy that wasn't showing. I would have had to like immediately delete the vault, you know? Oh shit, fuck. Delete. And it would have been too late already, you know. But yeah. That's how you get there, Kappa.
I noticed with people on the right is that they'll claim that they're being canceled when said audience or said group holds them accountable to the standards to which they've agreed to. So if you are a school teacher and you're making inappropriate remarks about your students that could be considered racist or sexist or problematic, and you lose your job for that, you're not canceled for that. And I think that that's the problem.
I agree.
Is that people are using that. So that's what I believe in. That's what cancel culture is about. I think it's about accountability in that type of way. I'm not saying that the government should stop your First Amendment rights, but I am saying that, you know, the court of public opinion can weigh, which is what I was saying about Kevin Spacey.
Ernest, we may have very rarely have reached a point of almost agreeing with each other. So on that bombshell,
it took us 2 years.
It's taken a while, but I'll let you go. Thank you very much, Ernest. I want to bring in Dale Vince now, the eco-entrepreneur, a financial backer of the dearly departed Just Stop Oil.
Bro, these people with the fucking Palestinian scarves, man. Oh my fucking god, it drives me up the wall, dude. Performative prick, man. Fucking hell, you don't give a fuck about the Palestinians. Just like the rest of us. Nobody cares.
Vince, Dale, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks, Piers. Good to see you again. I was really enjoying watching you.
You shouldn't be involved with that nonsense in the first place.
And I agree with you.
It's none of our
My
fucking
conclusion
business.
was the same. You got to the end and you all had more in common than you had in difference.
Which I suspect is probably the case. I do think the social media in particular whips things up into sometimes what seems to me like quite artificial culture wars. What we've lost somehow, and I do blame a lot of this on social media, we've lost the ability to have passionate debate and then agree to disagree. And my
I know,
argument
right?
about some of the elements of the
I
world
know.
left is that they began to behave
Habibi, you're what? You're what?
rather like the fascists they profess to hate most.
LGBTQ? What does that mean? Oh, come follow me to my penthouse, friend. I have a window to throw you out of.
Destroyed for your views. I might want to destroy your argument.
Well, the
and you might
penthouse
want to
is a
destroy mine,
pile of rubble
but I
now,
wish
but you know.
Personally, no animus at all. And in terms of the eco situation, for example, I was asked today in an interview about net zero. You know, Piers, what is your view of net zero? I said, well, look, my view is nuanced, something we don't see much of these days. It's
like, it's a war, okay? Like,
I just don't think we can
a war we shouldn't have any fucking thing to do with, alright? They were not involved with the Israeli-Palestine conflict, alright? They want to fucking kill each other, go right ahead, that's not my fucking problem. It really isn't.
It will take a number of years to do this, but there should be a concerted global effort.
We got enough problems at the home front, my friends.
Sooner rather than later. But if you try and say, as Greta Thunberg does, we've got to do this right now before the planet burns down in 5 minutes. It's a kind of ludicrous place.
Because look at what our governments did, right? With the we'll recognize Palestine as a state. 5 fucking seconds later, they're in the streets murdering each other again. Like, what the fuck, dude? And then I mean the Palestinians amongst themselves, right? Like Hamas is like sending out death squads and fucking shooting people in the goddamn street. That's the guys you just recognized? Congratulations, you let the terrorists win. All right. The only thing you proclaimed with that Palestinian state nonsense is that if you're vile enough and inhuman enough as terrorists, you'll get what you want. It's pathetic. For that alone, our leadership should be like deposed. Like, we have such weak leadership, dude. Like we are led by the filth of humanity, bro. No, it says that for me too. You have to go to your account. Go to your account. Top right. Log in, click on your name, account settings, and then games and subscriptions, top left. You can buy it for other people too, man. It's a trap. Yeah, then you don't have it. If you remember your CD keys, which you very much probably won't, maybe you can fill them in somewhere. I remember that's how I did it. Like, I filled in my CD keys on the website and then they activated the game for me. That's a long time ago though.
Where I feel she loses credibility and doesn't bring people with her. Similarly,
good luck finding that instruction booklet, right?
Protesters on the eco side, when they're running around ruining everybody's fun. They're going to the cricket.
Trust me, I get it.
Wicket. They're going to the snooker. They're throwing their paint all over the snooker bays. Whatever it may be, when they're shutting down bridges that people can't get to, in some cases funerals or hospital appointments. When they do stuff like that, I don't think they bring people with them. They might think they might think the ascendant publicity they get is worth it, but actually, if it's always negative and all you're doing is pissing people off, I don't think it's effective. It doesn't work.
Yep. So where to start with all of that? I think your view on net zero is actually the common view. Actually, we conducted this thing called a Giga poll about a month ago. We launched it a couple of weeks ago. We polled 50,000 people in our country. It's the biggest poll ever by breadth and by depth. We asked them 80 questions on a whole range of topics, and one of the things we got back was that the vast majority of people in our country believe that the climate crisis is a big threat to them and to their families in the future, and they want something done about it. They support net zero, but at the same time, a big chunk of those
it's not the same.
In fact, half of those people, or half of the people we polled, said
what?
Basically, they
didn't we play that together?
Perfectly valid worry. What you expressed was a concern that we were going too fast.
Right?
Those
Yeah.
things travel together in the current, I'm going to call it this, right-wing narrative that we're hearing, particularly from
with
Nigel
Dodo
Farage and from Kemi Badenoch, that net zero is somehow
you logging into the wrong account or something,
and will bankrupt the country, and we're moving too fast. Those arguments deserve scrutiny rather than just being accepted, and I'm up for that. The idea that left-wing people are becoming like the right-wing, the fascists that they despise. I mean, you know, there's something in there, but the big difference between the protesters and their orange paint and right-wing people using violence is the lack of violence in the left-wing protests of Just Stop Oil that you talked about. They put themselves in harm's way. Yes, they piss people off. There's no doubt about that.
This is why I only have one account.
And I think the trade-off.
Technically, I have two. I just don't remember the first one, so it doesn't count.
Which didn't any longer make sense, and you know, I kind of moved in a different direction and supported Labour to get them through the election. So, I mean, again, I agree with most of what you say. I think we need to scrutinise these arguments that are being made, not just polarise and lob bricks at each other.
Gold is up by more than 40% in value since the beginning of this year.
See, it's after the answer, so I don't mind their ad now.
Veterans Day with a tantalizing offer.
Crazy how that
Buy gold,
works.
get free silver. For every $5,000 purchase from Birch Gold this month, they will send you a free silver round which commemorates the Gadsden and American flags. Birch Gold helps you own gold by converting an existing IRA or a 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. They will also waive custodial fees on the first-year investments for current or former members.
It seems like a bit of a scam, I'll be honest. The whole gold shit. I'm not sure if I trust that as far as I can throw it. And it's gold, so you can't throw it far at all.
To the number 989-898 for a free info kit and obtain your eligibility for free silver with qualifying purchases before the end of the month. Again, text my name, Piers, to 989-898. Do it today. Yeah, I don't do that. I mean, I'm going to play a clip. This was when the vegan activist Joey Carbstrong came to make his campaign against a restaurateur who had banned vegans for cigarettes. Why don't you play me the sound of billions of bees being murdered? Well, I know that animals get killed so I can eat pigs.
They're screaming to death.
Right.
Look at them, face them.
What do you think bees do?
Face them, they're screaming.
What do you think bees do when you murder them?
They get killed by mice. This is gas chamber. Look at it.
No.
You don't even want to look at it.
They get slaughtered.
You're a coward.
I'm not cowardly.
Look at it.
I know that animals get slaughtered so that I can eat animal meat.
I've stuck this camera in this gas chamber in the UK at Pilgrim's Pride, and they scream for their lives, and every single animal welfare
but here's my problem. Here's my problem.
And you eat bacon and you promote it.
I love bacon.
You promote it.
I love bacon.
You say you're against
Bacon's pretty nice.
I love it all. I love eating meat. Now, you see, the thing is, he was never going to persuade me, because I do love eating meat. And by the way, spoiler alert, animals eat animals. That's how they all survived in the bush. And I write this in the book. Specifically about in my view, the rank hypocrisy of a lot of vegans. Hectoring and hypocrisy are again the main issues I have. The vegan millennial meal of choice is avocado, toast, and almond milk latte. The large-scale production of both avocados and almonds is disastrous for the environment. They don't want to talk about it, so I will. First, it decimates bees, without which there would be no flowers or crops. Secondly, both almond and avocado trees sculpt preposterous quantities of water in already parched lands. It takes 4 liters of water to grow 1 single almond and 150 almonds to make a single carton of almond milk. Avocado tree inhales 320 liters of water to produce just 1 avocado. Every single order of Instagram's most ubiquitous brunch choice has ingested enough water to hydrate a child for a year, but I'm the monster because I like cheese. Now, I'm sorry, but I present the evidence, for my defense of this, is that underpinning a lot of these eco campaigns is a hypocrisy. And I do think in the vegan case, if you're strict vegan, and you genuinely care about the plight of living creatures, you can't be guzzling avocados and almonds because billions of bees get killed and it's environmentally disastrous.
Not even death can save you from me.
This reminds me, we've talked about this before on your show, if you remember. And
too bad the bow itself sucks, right? The damage is really nice, but rest is garbage. Also 95, I really have to.
But it's occasional, it's not frequent. The idea that vegans eat avocados every day is silly. Maybe there is a lot of them on Instagram, but it doesn't represent what plant-based people eat. I think you told me that all the avocados in the world came from America or somewhere like that.
Yeah, it's a massive amount from California, yeah.
That's right. And I said to you, actually, I get them from Spain, and you asked me how.
Yeah.
How do I know that? And I said, well, I read the label, Pierce. Do you remember that?
Yeah, well, I think I asked you how they got to you from Spain. Because it's obviously not that environmentally friendly, is it?
You asked me how I knew my avocados didn't come from the USA.
Right.
And I did research, and only 20% of the avocados in the world actually come from the USA. So I agree with you. Right. It's about facts. And your facts, is only partial in your book from what you just described. Because if you went on to compare almond milk to dairy milk, you would find dairy milk is the most water-intensive form of milk that we can have. Almond is the worst of the alternatives in water consumption. Oat is probably the best. There's a range of them, but dairy milk outpaces them all in water consumption.
Apparently 40% of the world's is it avocados or almonds? Just 40% of the world's avocados come from Mexico. It's just as far as California.
They originally come from
It's a little bit further.
Yeah.
That's their home.
That's probably because they don't all come from America. And facts are really important. And you had a fact that you thought supported your argument.
Well, I think it's 80%. Well, I think you're conflating the two things. I think it's about 80% of the world's almonds come from California specifically. It's an incredibly
No, we're talking about avocados. No, we're talking about avocados because I definitely told you I got the avocados that I did eat were from Spain.
If you agree, if you're a genuine, pure vegan, and your position is you don't like in killing animals, you can't eat avocados or almonds. You can't.
Well, here's the thing. All the plants that we eat are pollinated by bees in the world. And other insects. That happens. Pollinators have a crucial role to play. The farming of bees and the using of them, the harnessing in vast numbers to run farms for avocados and stuff is not something that I agree with.
Do you know how many bees? It's a genuine question. How many bees get killed every year in the pollination process in California?
You told me before that it was billions.
Oh yeah, it's honestly it's worth it. I don't know. Yeah, that's a you thing. I would. If I didn't already own it, I would have bought it again.
Because it's true.
Like this is, it's so good, man. The mod is great. I quite enjoy it.
Actually, that's.
It makes it more PoE, right? Like stash tabs.
I have the occasional avocado. They come from Spain.
I think I'm turning you into a purer version of
way more.
And actually, you know what?
Way more.
It's actually an interesting debate. I've become a world expert in
items.
Something I never thought I'd be. All the lifespan of bees in California.
Ways to like corrupt items like in PoE.
Everyone losing their minds.
I'm quite enjoying it.
And we should be able to reach.
But I'm a sucker for Diablo too, right? So.
I'm not an immovable object.
I'm also retarded.
And actually, one of my arguments about the
when you're
I identified for the last 20 years of my life as a kind of pretty liberal bloke. I was editor of the Daily Mirror for 10 years. You don't get to do that if you're a right-wing headbanger. But I just find so little in common with this kind of
like no damage, bro.
censorious, judgmental view of life, where you either conform to this narrow worldview or you have to be destroyed. I think it's been damaging to society.
And that's on the right too.
It can happen on the right. I don't disagree.
It does happen on the right. That's on the right.
It was great that you said woke left.
Right, exactly.
That doesn't mean that there is
a woke right. I made the point.
Look, I agree with you, and I think it should be about facts. And when we first debated this, you thought you had well-being facts on almonds and avocados, and they weren't right. Now you've come back with improved facts. I like that. But the fact you're missing in the milk description in your book is dairy milk. You need to improve your facts to show the whole picture. And I love to debate facts. Facts inform arguments. Facts can persuade people. And that's where I'm at. Not lobbing insults at people and trying to drive their own behavior just because of what I think.
Okay, Dale, it's good to talk to you. Appreciate you coming on. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chris.
Well, let's move to another issue now. Professor Gad Saad, the evolutionary behavior scientist, who is not woke, but was one of the first to take issue with the name of my new book. Gad, welcome back to Uncensored. What is wrong with Woke is Dead?
Yeah, I'm having a blast.
I haven't read it yet, but just from the title, it's a bit presumptuous to celebrate that all of the parasitic ideas that constitute wokeism are now eviscerated.
Well, I don't say that, to be clear, I don't say that.
Same, but different.
I make it clear that woke is still there, it's dying out, and the reason I say that is you're seeing screeching reversals now around the world in things like corporate.
I love those guys, they're
policies,
hilarious.
in the trans issue of trans athletes in women's sport. You know, time and again we're seeing the reaction to things like the Graham Dillon arrest immediately reversed by, I think, huge public opinion against it. What you're seeing is a response now from, I believe, the majority of people who have a common sense valve saying, we're just not having this anymore, sorry. So that's what I mean by, I believe the ideology is dying out, but we have to make sure it is killed off, because I do believe, genuinely, it's been very damaging.
I mean, it's undoubtedly true that there has been a bit of an autocorrection. I mean, just having Donald Trump win the presidency resulted in immediate executive orders that reversed many of the nonsense. But to draw an analogy from biology, there's something called viral latency in biology, right? Where a virus can lay dormant in you for years, if not decades, before it gets activated. Take, for example, the shingles virus, which would be relevant to people that are roughly our respective ages. It could be in you from childhood, and then it only hits you when you're in your 50s and 60s. So these parasitic ideas that constitute wokeism took between 50 to 100 years to first respawn
Motherfucker!
From the university ecosystem. So it'll take much longer than when we're talking about the reversal of the DEI stuff or Donald Trump. It's going to require many
I lost
years
$1 million already, dude.
Eviscerating these dreadful ideas. But yes,
actually,
I am hopeful, just like you are.
That's actually an insane thing to say, though, because wokeism, or whatever you want to call it, has existed since literally when Jesus was here. Jesus was woke. I mean, that's the whole point. Love thy neighbor, have empathy for people, and he was literally killed for speaking truth to power. So what you're talking about is not something that's only existed for the
but
last
just to be
50,
clear, we're not.
years.
You're implying that people who reject the wokeism are somehow against kindness or empathy or those. I'm not. I want people to be kind and empathetic. It's the scolding, the vilifying, the shaming, the cancelling
that seems to be coming from the right.
Well, I'm going to
the left, especially in the case of your book.
Well, no, it doesn't actually. If you read the book,
well, I've read some of the book.
We haven't read it all. If you
read some of the book,
as always,
you blame the left.
You come with a limited amount of information which you base your statement.
Am I wrong by saying that you say that the left have basically, the Me Too movement have basically caused
he's fucking
to feel like they can't flirt with
fire.
Isn't that what you say?
I said, if you read the book,
Crackle
I say
got me.
there are a lot of bad men who've done bad things, but actually the over-demonization of things like masculinity.
So you're
blaming
really,
the left. I've just phrased it very deliberately. There are bad men and there are bad women, right? But there's nothing wrong with femininity.
I pressed the wrong button, dude. I gave him the
book. Should be treasured and prized.
I've lost so much money.
Democratic society. Coming back to Gad, I want to play a clip. This is of Lily Gaddis, who came on to try and defend, to me, the indefensible. Let's take a look. I mean, would you use the N-word out of interest?
Yes.
You would?
Mm-hmm. I do, quite frankly.
You use the N-word quite frequently. Well, why? Other than the fact you're a despicable racist. Are you?
Some would say I am. I guess according to the ADL, I'm a white supremacist. I'm a neo-Nazi.
Yeah, well, if you use the N-word repeatedly, you are a racist, then, are you?
Sure, I'll embrace that. If that means forwarding, helping white people achieve freedom of speech, real freedom of speech, which, by the way, Shiloh Hendricks being attacked.
Yeah, she didn't come off good air.
They're trying to get her children taken away. So you were saying Carmelo Anthony, it doesn't matter.
They're pretty
completely
retarded
retarded
to say on a show like this. I want to really quote Gad from the book about this issue. So we're now seeing the first early murmurings of of a new brand of silliness from right-wing people who spent years railing against all things woke. They have very different opinions about the world, but use the woke tactical playbook to win arguments
that hurts so
and get what
much,
they
bro.
want. You don't have to travel far on social media before you encounter a furious straight white Christian man who's convinced the whole world is against him. And I do believe that's becoming an increasing issue. In the same way that I found a lot of the woke activists incredibly hypocritical, I also think it's very hypocritical of people on the right.
Fucking die!
Like the very people they've been criticizing for years for being hypocritical wokers.
Right, so let me tie what you just asked with what the gentleman before mentioned about Jesus. The idea that human minds can be parasitized has existed since time immemorial. So in that sense, he's right. But wokeism involves a specific set of bad ideas. 200-300 years ago, we used to think that it was a good idea to throw a woman into a body of water, and if she swam, that meant that she was a witch. So the capacity for human minds to be parasitized has always existed. The term wokeism relates to specific parasitic ideas that are contemporary. Regarding your other point, both people on the right and on the left could have parasitized minds. So for example, when it comes to accepting evolution, it's people on the right that are against it. But when it comes to applying evolution to the study of the human mind, it's people on the left that are against it. So it's not a political orientation issue, although all of the parasitic ideas that constitute wokeism do stem from the left, because all of those ideas come from the university ecosystem, and it is largely professors on the left that inhabit the university ecosystem.
Do you believe it's dying, wokeism, as a concept, as an ideology?
Not fully. So that's why I wouldn't throw the celebration parades yet. For example, in Canada, we don't have an agent of change like Donald Trump. And so I recently had to appear in front of a House of Commons committee where I was trying to argue that it is wrong to use DEI when judging scientific excellence. But for many of the people that serve in the Canadian Parliament, that was blasphemous for me to say that, right? And so, yes, there is some autocorrection taking place, but I wouldn't throw the party.
Donald Trump is an agent of change. What change?
Well, Donald Trump is clearly an agent of change. You may not like the change.
I'd like to know what the change is.
Can I offer
one?
Offer
again,
Not having 6'4" women with 9-inch penises that used to be called Bubba yesterday, but today are called Linda, sharing the bathroom with my 13-year-old daughter would constitute a return.
Now, can you answer the question in a
Oh, she didn't like the answer she got. Fucking wokies, bro.
way? I don't know anybody 6'9". Can you answer the question in terms of what you mean?
I've never seen a penis.
Yeah, what and a penis that long. So can you answer it in terms of real world things? What do you mean?
Having reversed the policy of having trans women, i.e. biological men, competing in women's sport until 15 minutes ago, the 117 billion people that had existed on Earth throughout human history seemed to be able to navigate through the very difficult conundrum of what constitutes male and female. But 15 minutes ago, we were no longer able to do
well,
that.
You're actually you're wrong, because there have been cultures in which they have made definitions of what male and female are, and they're not majority cultures. They're not the ones that we live in. But through human history, this has always been an issue. Always.
In those cultures that you're referring to, I'm very familiar with the field of cultural anthropology.
Yes.
When people decided to mate in those cultures, that they typically mate by having two phenotypes called male and female get together.
Yes. You're right,
So
but I'm saying you're absolutely right.
Knew what male and female
But you're absolutely right. But you do know as well that there were cultures in which those two things flow back and forth. When you're talking about procreation, of course that's true. But there are also definitions of male and female that went back and forth.
We're straying into actually a different area, which I want to discuss with another guest. Gad, thank you very much indeed for joining me. I appreciate it very much. Good to have you back. I want to bring in Blossom now to talk about this trans issue. Blossom, welcome back.
Blossom is not female. Holy shit. It's very obvious.
You know, Riley,
I think you're just trying to make it seem like that trans people are a threat to cis women in the restroom, and that's not the case. Trans women and cis women should be coming together. Trans women are not a threat to cis women.
Okay, but here's the look. But Blossom.
And I think that y'all have ran on that ideology.
Yeah, Blossom.
Y'all have ran on that ideology.
Why do they always go with the stripper names as well? Like the trans people. Why do they always have a stripper name? Like,
Hang on.
And you're gonna have to specifically tell me cases. Can you specifically tell me cases of
Random?
trans women have?
Well, Blossom, that was you and Riley.
Sanke Kursfall.
Trans in women's sport ban. I say
whoa!
in the book,
Look at the ad damage. Oh my god, I'm keeping that for a paladin. Now I want to make a paladin.
hormonal therapy anyway. And as with so much in the
Level 29.
the kid gloves are now off. Polite and reasoned objection was met with increasing insults to common sense, till eventually the whole farce was flattened by a clunking fist. That clunking fist being Donald Trump winning back the White House and making one of his first acts, banning trans athletes in women's sport, because he understands most people think it's unfair. Now, that doesn't mean, Blossom, that I have any problem with trans people. It just means they can't compete against women in women's sport because they're biologically male, so have an advantage.
I see you're still acting stupid, Piers. How are you? Did you miss me?
Not even for a second.
Listen, Piers, let me tell you something. Being trans starts with gender identity, not biological sex. So until you acknowledge that conversation, we can't really have a conversation.
No.
Y'all
To be
refuse
clear,
look at the
let me deal with that head on. You are entitled to identify as anything you like. You will never have any no complaint with me. The problem comes when you try and compel everybody else to respect whatever their identity is.
Trying to compel
Hang on. Hang on.
Because you interrupted a black trans woman. Do not interrupt a black trans woman when she's speaking.
Yeah, you better not, because all of a sudden that black trans woman might start talking real deep and start trying to beat your ass. We've all seen the videos. It's fine. We know exactly what he means.
Thank you. See, I'm a big fan of both of y'all, by the way.
I'm a big fan of you.
I love you.
Love you.
All right, can we stop this?
Take up space,
Take it up.
Come on, baby. Take it.
Oh, these people are so fucking cringe, bro.
It's about being on a whole spectrum. Nobody is saying that people cannot have their views on trans people, but let's speak facts. Trans women do not have a benefit over cis women in sports because even with Riley Gaines is still a fifth place loser. 4 biological women beat her in that sport. It's just that ironically, Leah Thomas, a trans woman, tied with her, and she made it a big
You're
deal.
missing
She
the
got
point.
clout off of that.
You're missing the point,
She got clout off
Blossom.
of that.
Blossom.
And see, y'all are
Permission
calling
to
it
speak,
both.
Blossom. Permission to speak.
Yeah, hold on.
Permission to speak. Now, hang on. Hang on. How did Leah Thomas perform when she performed as a man in the swimming pool?
Hold on, just a second. Let me land this and whatnot. Y'all are pointing at the term woke, but I find it ironically, Pierce, that you use African American vernacular as the title of your book to benefit from it. When it's been culturally rooted in the 1930s in the black community.
Further back than that.
You are trying to
further back than that.
Bro, these two black people on this panel are so fucking cringe, bro. Holy fucking shit. Bro, the racialization going on is nuts, dude. But we're the racists? Holy fucking shit, dude.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me make an example. When you go promote this book over on Fox Friends, when you booty clap them cheeks,
Which I will be, by the way, in about a week. Woke is dead will be on Fox and Friends.
Let me tell you something. You're going to have that one black bag of slave that work over there at Fox Friends. Kiss your feet.
And now the dude is being massively fucking racist. Because, oh, the one black guy, oh, the what's the, I don't even want to, like, say the slangs for that, because that might literally get me banned. Like, these people are the most racist you can think of, bro. They see everything through the veneer of skin color. It's absolutely despicable low-life human being behavior, bro. Like, the reason why racism still exists is because these grifters are keeping it alive.
Did I do that? And worship you because you have white privilege.
Right.
You are a product of white supremacy and you are a
What a fucking racist piece of shit, dude. Trash-ass
Anything
human, bro.
else you want to call me, Blossom?
And mentally ill as well, clearly, right? But let's not talk about that part.
And by the way, it's Blossom C. Brown, so make sure you get it right.
And woke is a black American.
I don't give a fuck about your pronouns. You're a dude. Shut the fuck up. You can't make me call you what. You can't make me call you anything, dude. You want to play like you're a woman? That's fine with me, but I ain't gonna call you one, because you're not.
And I'm going to tell you this from history, and that's the tragedy about it. And Pierce, I'm going to say to you, I know you wouldn't denigrate. And
You're just a dude with plastic in your chest.
Something, if you got the whole history of it, I know you wouldn't do it. But woke was the password.
I'm so sick of the fucking
for people on the
engaging with this nonsense.
I know.
Because
I wrote
what
about
happened?
this in my first book.
Okay, it's in there. Okay, so I don't know who appropriated woke, and I don't know why they did, but we need to go back to a beautiful expression that's being trashed or being misused, and I want to stand up for woke. I want to stand up for the word.
The problem is
because my ancestors, hang on, my ancestors and Blossom's ancestors, when we were escaping slavery, you followed the Big Dipper, and when you went to a safe house, the password was woke.
Yes, I don't remember anybody. Listen, I hear you. I don't remember anybody in the 60s
So
in
cringe.
Black American music where it originated.
Bro. Could you stop being so fucking stereotypical, dude? Holy fucking shit, dude. Oh my god, bro. But we can't point this shit out because we're the bad guys? Shut the fuck up.
Saying that woke meant that
Oh, this drives me nuts,
with
man.
penises could compete in the swimming pool against women. Sorry, that wasn't part of wokeism. Sorry, that was not what it was about. That has been hijacked by a bunch of science-denying people who think there is genuinely no advantage to biological males against women in sport, and there is. And this was never what wokeism was about.
Oh, that was damaging.
Women with higher levels of testosterone. It's called genetics.
So what would happen, Blossom? Blossom, what would happen? What would happen? All right, my friend James wants to have a gender-neutral Olympics, next Olympics, which is LA. Actually, would you support that?
You asked me this last time, and I got a lot of flack about it.
Yeah. So what's the answer?
The Paralympics and the Olympics can be played together because I believe with the Paralympics they can be able to be more supported, just like the Olympics.
Sorry, you would like to put the Paralympians into the regular Olympics?
Yes, I do. So that way, some of them.
You know what, Blossom? You are somehow.
Bro. This idiot went even further. What do you mean the Paralympics with the actual Olympics? You want to have Usain Bolt run against a guy with prosthetics? Are you retarded? Well, obviously yes, but what the fuck? I honestly think these people are just lying through their teeth. They're just saying it to get attention. There's no fucking way you actually believe this. And if you do actually believe this, we really need to take a look at your mental health, because it's clearly extremely deficient.
I managed to get even madder than you were last time you were here.
Can I say something here?
All that would happen, just to be clear, is that no Paralympian would then win a medal. Congratulations.
Let me make it very
Congratulations on unveiling the least fair, inclusive policy imaginable. Same if you put women and men in the same.
Like, nobody's this stupid. I don't believe that. Nobody is this willfully stupid. They have to be. They have to be like grifting, right? There's no other explanation. No one is this stupid. I refuse to believe that.
And I'm gonna stand 10 toes down on that.
I have an answer. Blossom.
Who's gonna check me, boo-boo? I said what
I don't want to check your boo-boo.
Nobody wants to check your
I don't
boo-boo.
want to check your boo-boo, Blossom, but here's the deal. Nor do I want you competing in women's sport. You can have your own category, transport, or you can compete in men's sport because you're a biological male.
That is why trans women play with women in sports. There are not enough trans athletes. There are less than 10 trans athletes out of 510,000 athletes.
Okay, the United Nations.
Y'all don't want to hear those
all right, the United. Just to be clear.
You just want to benefit off of our experience.
Just to be clear.
You colonizer.
Just to be.
Colonizer. Oh my god, these people are so fucking stupid, dude.
You love it too much.
Holy shit.
I think you're just quietly quite attracted to me. But I'm going to leave it there.
Why do you always bring it back to that shit? Just because we disagree with you.
Blossom, good to see you. We're going to actually stick around for this one, Blossom, because we're going to end with BLM. And Bonnie, I'm going to focus this with you. I want to play. This is
the best. I'm gonna be. I've said it before, right? The best thing that came out of BLM was the body cams from the police now, because every time they now try to lie about something, the body cam comes out, and you're like, oh yeah, he totally deserved that shit, right? And it's like, what the fuck? Since they've started doing the body cam shit, when have you ever heard of BLM being right? You know. Literally never. They are their own worst enemy, and it never fails to amuse me.
Paul Arone Adrian about the issue whether reparations should
Plus,
be paid to
I also now get to watch criminals get what they deserve, right? Love the body cam footage on YouTube. I'm not gonna lie.
Was actually on the side of the Confederacy.
I quite enjoy it when some criminal filth, you know, gets what he deserves. And takes the room temperature challenge.
When it was stopped and warned by Lincoln and paid an indemnity to the United States.
Who is going to pay me and my family reparations for what the Vikings did to us?
Well, I think you should seek it out.
Sucks to suck.
Who's going to stick it out?
So literally, can we go back over every invasion, every bad thing? Hang on, let me finish. Let's try and have a conversation. No, it's not.
Ideology of denial.
I'm not denying anything happened.
So then let's deal with it.
Well, I've been to Scandinavia, and guess what? They're not going to pay us trillions of dollars for what the Vikings did, despite my best efforts.
Better now, Keith. That's amazing.
What's that?
You look better now.
Well, I get better with age.
Well, you look great. No, seriously.
No, James is thinking the same thing.
All right.
He just won't admit it on public camera. So I say this in my book. For a while, everything had to be racist. British MPs debated the report on why our countryside, the actual fields and forests, are racist and colonial. US protests turned into the ludicrous defund the police movement. The idea was to eradicate police altogether on the basis that some police are racist, even as carnage raged.
That's another thing, the whole defund the police nonsense. Oh my god. And 5 minutes later they're crying, oh, I called the police and nobody showed up. What do you mean? Well, yeah. You wanted that, right? You got what you wanted.
On the streets. None of the defunders ever had a good answer to the question of who else they would call if a maniac was battering down their back door. Liberal darlings like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and incoming Vice President of the time, Kamala Harris, preposterously supported these moves. So here's my point to you, Bonnie, about BLM.
Like Anna Kasparian is actually the best example of this, right? Like they were always like, oh my god, homeless people and like the dredges of society, oh, they're just disenfranchised and we just need to help them. We don't need to punish them, blah, 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 blah. And then 5 seconds after she was assaulted by a homeless person in the street, her tune fucking changed, didn't it? Like, radically. Because obviously, if you're never confronted with what criminality actually does, of course you're gonna say stupid shit about it. But then the moment you get confronted with what criminality actually is, all of a sudden, oh, well, I do kind of like the police now. Right, no fucking shit, right? Like, it's always some fucking rich retard that doesn't have to deal with any of the nonsense that he's, like, preaching for. Look at Emma Vigeland, perfect fucking example. She's like the dumbest fucking person alive, right? But her parents are really fucking rich, so she's never had to like have any criminal problem in her life. And she's also like one of those people that are like, oh well, yeah, but they're stealing cars. Well, they need to get to the grocery store somehow. Like she literally fucking said that. Like these people are brain dead, bro. And they're like destroying our society.
And came out of a truly horrific thing. The appalling murder of George Floyd, and the person that did it serving a very long prison sentence. Quite rightly, that 8.5-minute video is one of the worst things I've ever had to watch. It was despicable. So let's just, I think we can all agree on it, right? The question is then, how does society respond? Right? What we saw, and I think there's an interesting thing here about double standards. We saw a lot of rioting around America.
I think at this point I'm gonna get like 2 or 3 insights already I wanted to.
A lot of police being attacked. And yet we saw very little accountability for that compared to what happened, say, on January the 6th, when you had Trump supporters attacking the Capitol. Again, a reprehensible incident, one that was despicable at the time, and I've said it ever since. No defense of what happened that day. And I do think Donald Trump's rhetoric fueled a lot of the behavior of those people. But if you look at the way they all got dished out with very long prison sentences.
But here's what's important about January 6th. 90% of the people don't give a fuck. And they're not gonna vote around that either, right? They don't care. They simply don't care. And I'm not saying that's a good thing. Obviously, it is kind of a bad thing, right? Because January 6th was pretty fucked up. But a lot of people are arguing out of the belief that it mattered in the political scheme of things, and it just doesn't. Right? Most people don't give a fuck and will not vote based on it. So bringing it up constantly and just hammering on it over and over and over again makes people's eyes glaze over because they don't give a fuck in the first place. Right? It is sadly how the world works, right? Like, how many people do you know that vote on one fucking issue and that's what they vote on? The vast majority, I would guess. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not gonna happen, guys. Like, if you keep hammering on points the opposition or the center doesn't give a fuck about, you're gonna lose. Because every time you start, their eyes glaze over and they go into their own little world and stop listening, you know? It's like, you have to argue the world you live in, not the world you want to live in. Or argue to the world you're living, right?
Sometimes way out of kilter with what they'd actually done on the day, and compared to what happened to the BLM protesters, there is a double standard there. So whilst I completely concede that Black Americans have had a tougher life in the history of the United States than their white counterparts, I also think we've got to a stage now where Black protesters were treated more leniently than their white counterparts on January the 6th. Can we agree that?
Can I?
Absolutely not. The January 6th rioters were, their offenses were commuted by Donald Trump. They didn't even spend prison time.
Well, that's a different matter.
Whoa, no. That is a blatant fucking lie. They were in jail for like a year or two, dude. What the fuck are you saying, bro? These people cannot stop lying, dude. Holy shit. A lot, if not all, of the January 6 people went to fucking jail, alright? For a long time.
Make that very clear.
Their sentence was commuted, okay? There's a fucking difference.
Let's make that very clear.
That's because he got back in. Blossom.
And he's like, the dude is like, oh, let's be very clear. But you're lying about what you're being very clear about. It's not very clear, is it? Like, you cannot hate these people enough, man. Like, these grifter propaganda fucks are just the problem with our world as a whole. And right now, it's the wokies, and back in the day, it was the righties, right? When they were trying to gaslight us into fucking the Iraq war and shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's never gonna change. It's always like some fucking agenda is always gonna be propelled in the pursuit of either money or power, right?
I'm not talking about.
You're trying to compare a movement that is about Black equality
Blossom, you're missing my point.
An insurrectionist. Like, you can't compare apples to oranges, and I think you're being intellectually dishonest by saying that.
Thank you, but the question was actually for Bonnie, but thank you.
Yeah,
I'm sorry that you felt the need. I'm sorry you felt the need to interrupt another Black.
No, that's all right. She's right.
Unfortunate you speak.
It's not another Black woman. He interrupted a Black woman.
So my point, Bonnie, is this. I think there was
so
a
sick of
double
this
standard,
shit.
and that never helps anybody in what I believe is the most important thing, to be intellectually honest, right?
You're right. So let me be intellectually honest with you and say that you sound like you had actually accused Donald Trump of being responsible for January 6th.
Well, no.
Well, hang on.
Not wholly.
Well, wholly.
But I do think his rhetoric inflamed the situation.
Why is he president of the United States?
Because Americans voted for him.
Yeah, that's a rhetorical question.
Yeah, okay. A lot of it is because of the woke movement driving people away from the left into the arms of the right. The Democrats in America, your beloved Democrats, have never told
the Constitution that he denigrated.
Bonnie,
Pierce, come on. No.
I'm about to give you a terrible fact. The Democrats in America, your beloved Democrats, have never polled more unpopular than they do right now in recorded history. You know why? They didn't get the memo from my last book, Wake Up.
I'm not a Democrat.
And they followed the woke ideology. I know,
but that's their problem. That's their problem. Listen, Piers, first of all, to compare...
It's so disingenuous too, right? I'm not a Democrat. I just hate the Republicans. So, okay, vote blue no matter who. Got it. You're a Democrat, all right?
Against the Capitol of the United States,
God.
led by the president, to a bunch of boys who should be in jail, by the way, who break into Gucci's to get some shoes.
I didn't compare them.
Hang on, no, you didn't. I'm doing it. Okay. You cannot compare what happened in the George Floyd, which I don't agree with. I've said it online. I don't understand what protesting for Black rights has to do with breaking into Gucci's. Correct. Okay? So if you're going to put these two things next to each other, the equivocation is deeply incorrect. Deeply incorrect.
My damage is really dropping off.
No. All I was comparing was the punishment meted out for very similar offenses.
You have put them in
if you commit acts of violence, you should be treated the same.
You have put them in no, they're not the same. An insurrection against the United States is not the same as somebody shoplifting. It isn't, Piers. You know it isn't, and we shouldn't put that on the same line.
I'm not talking about shoplifting. I'm talking about attacking police officers.
They shouldn't have. Both
groups attack police officers.
You're right, and they should have been in jail. And I'm telling you this as a South Sider from Chicago. They should have been taken down. But to compare an insurrection against the United States.
Yeah. That says it all, by the way. In Southside Chicago, goddamn. That's like January 6th every fucking day, alright? Like 5 times worse than January 6th. How many people died on January 6th? 1? And it was a protester? South Chicago? That's at least 10 murders a day, dude. Come on, let's be real. It's fucking Southside Chicago.
There is no territory.
That place is a hellhole.
Things in the same space. That's my objection to
on BLM. Obviously, I was at the Arsenal game.
No offense to anyone who lives there, but we all know it's true.
Like all these things, it's hard to stop them.
Yeah.
Right? You know, it's like when people do memorials and things or whatever. It's like when you stop it without causing offence. It's a problematic thing once you launch these things. I'm not against the occasional reminder that there's racism still in football around the world, and it should be stamped out. I think racism is one of the worst things in the world. I think homophobia is. But I think transphobia is. If you genuinely despise people for being trans, I hate you.
So what is your point?
My point about BLM is this.
Yes.
Did the reaction to George Floyd's murder in the end, was that movement, do you think, beneficial or not in the long run?
That's what the left, quote-unquote, doesn't get. It's not about the fact that they're trans. It's about the fact that they're trying to tell you what to say and what to do. Unacceptable, dude. I will decide what I say. I will decide what I do. That is my prerogative. I don't need to listen to anyone else. I don't give a fuck about your feelings. I don't give a fuck if it hurts your feelings. I don't give a fuck that you're offended. It does not take away my ability to say whatever the fuck I want. That's the problem that we're having, right? It's the policing of speech. To an insane degree.
BLM was a kind of insurrection, and it was also an invention. The invention lasted
like, I do not believe that you can be a biological male and be a woman. That those two things are not, that's not possible. I do not believe that. But you're trying to make me act like as if I do believe it. And I feel like that is an insane ask, right? You're asking me to betray my own fucking beliefs and morals. No. It's just not gonna happen.
Longer than the insurrection. That's my issue with BLM. Even the title to me is banal. What does that mean? So,
and it's crazy to me that, honestly, I'm sorry, I'm talking more myself than the fucking thing, but it's crazy to me that, like, people take offense to that. What the fuck do you mean? Like, why is that in any way, shape, or form offensive? The fact that you want me to lie to you isn't more offensive? I do not understand that. Like, I really don't. Like, I don't understand the mentality behind this shit. It's a mental illness. That is legit a mental illness. The fact that you don't want to hear the truth and you want me to lie to you. I mean, follow me. What do you want from me? You know? Like, if I know you and I like you, and you want to be called she, and you ask me nicely, I probably will. But if you tell me to, well, I definitely won't. You know what I mean? Like, go fuck yourself, right? There's a big fucking difference between politely asking me to and mandating it.
Were people stealing about what happened, this horrific murder, as you will say, and I'm old enough to say to you that I've lived through several of these in my lifetime. And the BLM movement, which actually some of it was business, literally business.
Yeah, and corrupt in some
cases. And that is my problem with that.
And also, I think the other thing, you know, I cite in the book.
And really... wait, one more thing, and the fact that it became business is indicative of the fact that there were human beings involved, and it's all research.
And on DEI, Bonnie, my issue with DEI is that, like a lot of things, it sounds okay in principle, but the way it was executed and why it's been reversed now by most companies is because what it ended up doing was promoting mediocrity over meritocracy. That actually, I believe everyone should get the same opportunity, right? That we should all agree on. But once that ladder starts, up at any business or industry, then meritocracy should be dominant. You should be promoted based on your ability, not on your skin.
What?
Or
sneaky.
your gender.
You're absolutely right.
Do you agree with that?
But I do. But this is the historical problem. We're in a moment where, and again, to say this from my own background and my age and where I grew up.
Oh no.
There is a long history.
Oh no, I'm stuck.
But men like you, being able to get jobs, being able to be promoted, being able, so that history is being
I hit the panic button.
very recently in historical record. So you get things like that as a way to sort of jumpstart it. I agree. I do not have an issue with you about this. But I'm saying that the reason it happens is because we've got to accelerate. We've got to accelerate equality. We must. If we don't accelerate equality here, we're losing dreams. We could be losing dreams.
No, I don't disagree. But here's the point I would make. I don't think it helps the cause of getting to genuine equality if you promote mediocrity above people's ability. And people who have more ability are suppressed in the process.
Well,
that actually just creates antagonism and resentment.
You're absolutely right, but you're making an assumption that I hope in your book you've given some details about. I don't know if mediocrity is overcoming.
Oh no, there are many examples.
I don't know.
That's why they mainly scrapped.
I don't want Well, no, it isn't the reason they did it. The reason they did it is because Donald Trump wanted them to do it, and also Donald Trump penalize people, and his government penalizes those who don't. I can tell you, as a person who came through affirmative action, that I wouldn't have been able to go to university if it didn't exist. I wouldn't be able to be talking to you if it didn't exist.
No, but that's a long.
No, it is a long time ago.
Not as long. I don't mean rude about.
No, I'm not. No, you say
we're talking several decades ago.
No, you say what you want because you're right. It took a long time for it to get there, and this takes a long time. It takes a long time of reevaluating, getting together. People want to be who they are, and in that society we have to find mechanisms in which to do it. DEI is a method. DEI is a moment. There are going to be other things if we give each other a chance. You and I can have a debate, a decent debate, and come out of it, and there are parts of the United States where you and I would not be able to do this, and you know that. And there are stations where you and I would not be able to sit here and have this. And the people who are listening to us now, they're not going to sit there and take sides with you. I'm going to get your book. There are not going to be people sitting there going to take sides with me or you. There are going to be people who are going to be enlightened because they're listening to us having a decent debate.
I agree. And you know what? Let's leave it on that positive note. It's actually what I want to achieve with this book. Is not more acrimony and division, but people to read it and be pleasantly surprised it's not what they think it is. I think when you read it in totality, you'll come away and think, well, he's got a pretty good point here.
But I wouldn't buy it with your title, Peter.
Why?
Because I don't want to read nothing called Woke.
Great title.
It's a nice layout, but I don't like the title.
It is also like, it's a shame. A lot of what you're saying is right. A lot of it is conflating issues. Ultimately, I think the reason I invited you to try it earlier is because we haven't like the woke left, we haven't invited you along, and we've failed that. Everyone needs to feel.
You'd rather
like they're part of this movement.
just scold us old white dudes and ban us from having a white dude day, and that's fine.
What's a white dude day?
White dude day is every day. White dude day is every day.
That's such horseshit too, man. Like, we're the minority. You notice, right? White people are the minority on the literal entire planet.
Good. Well, go and buy Woke is Dead. You might learn something.
It's not even close, by the way.
I think we should too.
The book wouldn't even exist. We should probably be getting royalties, because if it wasn't
That's
for
right.
the woke left, you wouldn't have a book.
Well, okay. That's an argument for another day. Guys, thank you all very much. I appreciate the civility with which we conducted the debate about Woke being dead. It is dead, but it's good to see.
No, it's not.
Good to see a few weeds still sprouting.
Very much alive as well.
Okay. Thank you. Here's Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me. Enjoy our show.
For years, I worked my ass off, literally breaking my shoulder into such a state that I literally cannot do that job anymore. Physically, I'm physically incapable of doing that job. Where the fuck was my privilege? I have yet to receive it. I've been waiting. Every day I look in my mailbox. Still nothing. Like, it's such utter nonsense, man. These people are not serious people. You cannot have a debate with these people because they don't live in the same fucking universe. That's why they can never engage with the topic at hand either, because they're not... They have no frame of reference for real life. They just make something... They make shit up in their head, and that's what they live. I should try it once, apparently. Apparently, it makes people really comfortable with being completely retarded. It's a nice thing to have, to be honest. I'm always worried I say something stupid and then I look like an idiot. You know what I mean? It'd be nice to not care about that for once. Aha, looky. I was just about to say, like, I probably won't find the waypoint. Right? And then there it was. Fantastic. Okay, I'm gonna roll a cigarette before we continue. There's one from Actual Justice Warrior that I actually don't want to see. Normally I watch all of his videos, but the fucking... The title of it alone is like, oh, no, I can't. I'm gonna be too mad, right? Like, man tortures elderly couple who offered him help. If I'm gonna lose it. Like, I don't even want to see that video, bro. Fucking hell. I really need to find some gear. A new bow or something. Actually, I have a few bows waiting thanks to the guys from yesterday. I'm not sure what level that is actually. We're 51 already. Holy fuck. It's going fast now, man. Jesus. I thought it was like 40. Ooh, okay. Never mind. Never mind. Oh. It's a lot wider and it doesn't have plus the skills, so I'm not gonna take this one. Percent life, no. No, I'm gonna sell this one. This one's shit. But this one, gorgeous. See, I hate that this is passive and magic skills only, which makes it a lot less useful than I thought it was. Wait, what? So multi-shot damage goes up slightly, but my regular attack damage goes down. Oh yeah, because of the plus the skills, obviously. I just improved my magic find as well again though. That's nice.
At your service.
Yeah, we should do a fuck ton more damage now. I was falling off, but I'm pretty sure that's fixed. My attack rating is dropping though. That's a rough one, dude. I feel like they rebalanced attack rating. I never really had a problem in original, from what I can remember. And now all of a sudden, I hit like 60% earlier before I noticed. I don't really stick stat points until I need them, so I put like 40 points in it to get it up a little bit. But oh damn. I'm trying to find something else that's interesting, but it's been a slow news day apparently.
Three innocent
California
drivers just senselessly lost their lives, and you don't want to play politics with it, but 3 innocents just died, and Governor Newsom refuses to fix it, just hoping you won't notice. As in Southern California, this truck driver plows through traffic, completely demolishing 3 vehicles, ending the lives of 3 while injuring others, leaving behind massive amounts of wreckage. Now initially, we only had this blurry image of the driver, as speculations came out about his possible ethnicity, where wild guesses of his surname spread on social media, only for it to be quickly confirmed his name was indeed Singh. But the mainstream media did their best to suppress the real issue, where only the New York Post called out how he was an illegal immigrant who was let in by Biden and was allegedly under the influence while driving. And you might be wondering, this situation seems awfully familiar. A legal immigrant gets let in by Biden's porous border, then receives a commercial driver's license from California, only to go on and end the lives of innocent individuals? That's because just 2 months ago, we saw this same exact scenario, where this guy took an illegal turn on the highway, who then turned out to be an illegal, ending the lives of 3. But don't worry, the left has rushed to his defense, demanding his sentencing be reduced. Never mind the fact that this second Singh, accused of manslaughter, tragically killed 3 immigrants. But somehow the left doesn't care to protect them, as it really seems they're only interested when they're criminals. As Nick Shirley shows us at Canal Street in New York City, several illegals were simply reporting their activity.
Are you mad at me? Take it over there, so ready. I am. Yeah, you work for the... Who you work for? By myself. All right, get out of here.
Shortly after, this same area was raided and ICE arrested those same guys that were attacking Nick. As it was found, those 9 guys had insanely long criminal histories, including robbery, domestic violence, attacking cops, and trafficking drugs. But leave it to New York City and their citizens' infinite idiocy to go out and protest the removal of violent criminals off their streets. Where they also decided to commit felonies to protest the felons being arrested.
We got this lady hitting cars. Yeah, people are trying to block off the streets.
The left's contradictions are thicker than a McFlurry, as they claim to protect immigrants, but when someone convicted of domestic violence gets arrested, somehow they could care less about their victim. They just want to march in the streets and smash cop cars. So sadly, they have to rely on the only adults in the room to save the innocents, as President Trump's administration is the only authority clamping down on California and how they give CDLs to illegals, which enrages the drivers.
As he explains in Hindi, only green card holders and U.S. citizens can get their commercial driver's license renewed. Sharma's been in the U.S.
Fucking
for the last 10 years, seeking political asylum. His final court case is next year. He's been driving a truck for the past 8 years, but now he can.
Like,
when asked what...
Sorry, why would you... I don't understand this. Why would you defend issuing driver's license to people that aren't even in your fucking country legally?
Comes next, he says he's worried. Trucking paid well. The sudden stop in income means he won't have money to send
Explain
back
it to me like I'm 5, please.
It doesn't change how California refuses to enforce this.
Quick question for you. Are they making you guys comply with like the English proficiency? They're not making you guys?
Yeah, so here in California we're not enforcing it.
Did they talk to you guys about it or anything? Or?
Yeah, they said don't enforce it.
They said specifically don't enforce it.
So thankfully, Trump is withholding federal funds from California for refusing to enforce English requirements. And even Florida is suing over these sanctuary policies. And why is it only Republican politicians that seem concerned with making our streets safer? You'd think once California Governor Newsom saw how the first truck crash harmed the same community he's so desperate to protect, he'd make this his top priority to fix this. But no, he's just hoping you're too ignorant to notice how his policies are to blame for so much suffering. And when President Trump wants to do Newsom's job for him by marching in the National Guard...
But we're going to go to San Francisco,
And we're going to make it great. We're going to make it great. It'll be great. Again, San Francisco is a great city. These cities have to be safe.
Bro, it's such a state of affairs that Donald Trump is your president, right? You know what I mean? Like, how did it get to this, dude? Like, the best choice for president was Donald fucking Trump. Are you serious? The Democrats are just killing themselves, dude. It's nuts.
Our cities that are Democrat-run, exclusively just about, are unsafe.
The best
cities.
part about all of this is they wanted Trump to run the first time, right? Like, this is well known. Hillary loved the fact that it was Trump that was winning the Republican nominee until a few months later, and then she was crying about it, right? But what a fucking weird timeline we live in, guys. The guy from You're Fired is the president, and he's actually doing quite a good job, crazily enough. What the fuck?
A disaster. And I'm going to save the cities. You know, I didn't run on that. I ran on crime, but I didn't run on straightening out the city.
Newscomb, who again looks like he just finished sobbing into his pillow, takes to his selfie cam to complain.
He says he's going to send in the National Guard to address uncontrollable crime rates, which are fictitious. This is no different than the arsonist putting out the fire. We need to call that out.
And on multiple occasions, obsessing over Trump not saving the state.
We're going to be focused quite literally. This is the lawsuit that I will file within a nanosecond of any efforts to send the military to one of America's great cities, San Francisco.
One more
Contrast
defense.
that to when he complained Trump isn't giving the National Guard enough access to California.
We're just down here with the National Guard, meeting with customs agents,
Weird.
as well as Border Patrol, talking about our partnerships. 390 National Guardsmen and women that have been working, particularly as it relates to fentanyl here in the state of California. Look at the bottom line. At the end of the day, they need more resources. Everybody needs more resources, and the Republican Party has been consistently standing in the way.
So this isn't about Newscomb not getting enough National Guard to save his failing state. This is about Newscomb spending more time on social media than actually solving any issues that he himself has caused. As right now, illegal truckers in his state are ending the lives of innocents, but he's more concerned with the construction at a house he'll never live at. Never mind that at the same time, Newscomb is destroying the state capitol. That is, in fact, costing the California taxpayers $1.6 billion. Literally everything Newscomb does or says is just a projection of himself, while he ironically tries to emulate everything Trump does on social media, where he had this long rant about giving out Trump knee pads.
You will be seeing on my Patriot site new knee pads that I'll be sending out, new signature series knee pads for all these CEOs.
This fucking idiot really thinks if he makes enough sassy tweets, they'll eventually make him president, as he's recently been nonstop crying about Joe Rogan not letting him on his podcast.
Joe, why won't you have me on the show? He won't have me on the show. It's a one way. And he has guests coming and attacking and bashing.
Newsom responding to Rogan on X, posting California is the 4th largest economy in the
Is
world.
that real?
#1 in manufacturing.
It was all that before you were there. It was all that forever. It's because the weather's perfect, man. It has nothing to do with you.
Newsom's team posting this photo on X, writing that, quote, little Joe is snack size. He can't handle it.
Oh, dude, Newsom is such a
Body
pussy,
shaming
bro.
someone is gonna get you a ticket on their
Bro,
show.
every time I hear about that guy, it's like, wow. People vote for that shit? Could you be more soy? It's nuts, man.
But just note, the only conservative that gave Gavin Newsom the time of day to talk on a podcast was Charlie Kirk. And after he was assassinated, Newsom did nothing to condemn those who celebrated Charlie's death, instead just doubling down on the same exact rhetoric that got Kirk killed. So absolutely nobody should give him the time of day, especially any married campaign managers. But views have nothing to do on why he won't be on Rogan. It's viewership, as even a live show with President Barack Obama barely attracted 200 live viewers, and almost a day later still sits at under 5,000. Absolutely everything Newscomb does is a joke, he's just not in on it. Or even Joe Rogan goes shade at Newscomb.
What Donald Trump should do is when he leaves the office, run for governor of California. And just take over California and fix it. It would be hilarious.
Now, as much as I
would be
desperately
hilarious.
want President Trump to come in
That
and
would be
save my
funny.
home state, I truly think he's done enough. He deserves a nice retirement and not to be dragged around by the party to work until his brain is gone like Biden. I just saw that episode of him playing golf with his granddaughter, and I just think he should get to wrap it all up with non-stop moments just like that. And if someone else can't step in to save California, maybe we don't deserve saving. As at this point, I would even vote for a reality TV star for governor, as Spencer Pratt's platform is just, I won't burn your house down. And sadly, the bar is so low, even I donate to that multi-millionaire's campaign. But more realistically,
That's a pretty good platform,
Riverside
though.
County
I won't
Sheriff
burn your house
Chad
down.
Bianco is running for governor, where he's the one who refused to enforce Newsom's mandates. But more recently, promises to end state income tax when he becomes governor. His campaign basically has to be, I didn't enforce any of those draconian lockdown measures and no income tax. Combine that with voter ID and he'd be governor for sure. As the other side refuses to drop even illegal health care, or at the very least, stop giving them the keys to 40-ton killing machines. But sadly,
Bro, I'm from
ballots
Belgium,
don't
right?
care about
The whole
any of
thing about Americans being like, oh no, we don't want voter ID. Why the fuck not, right? Don't you want only the people that are allowed to vote, right? Why would you want some rando from another country to vote in your elections? It makes no fucking sense to me, dude. Like, I've literally all my life, well, since I was 18, I guess, supposedly, but before that, people needed an ID to vote as well. You know what I mean? Hell, it's fucking mandatory to vote in my shitty country. What a banana republic, dude. It's mandatory to vote here. By penalty of law, I might add. One time they stepped off of it, not that long ago, and like, barely anyone went to vote. I went because I care, right? But I think the turnout was like 40% or something, if not lower. Where before it was 100%, well, no, 98%, right? There were always people that didn't go, but they did, in fact, actually, like, some of them were in front of the judge, dude. Like, it's fucking crazy. I always thought that was, like, the most hilarious thing, because we're supposedly living in a democracy. But it's not, because it's authoritarian, because if you don't go vote, if you don't vote, you either get fined or go to jail. That's not very democratic, is it? Right? What if no one I care about wants to vote? Oh, well, then you have to vote, ongeldig, invalid. But here's the thing, and they stepped off of that too, because it was bullshit. The invalid votes would be added to the biggest party afterwards, inflating their numbers even more. What? That's a straight up scam, bro. Invalid votes shouldn't be counted at all. They don't count them now, right? I think that's like a... That only changed like a decade ago, dude. Like, before that, an invalid vote would like straight up go to the biggest party at the end. Like, that's madness, alright?
So if you appreciate some cowboy concise,
the video was over.
lighthearted commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality.
Yeah, we live in crazy times, crazy places. And still, we live on the best places in the world, right? I don't want to live in some fucking no-name country, you know, where I like step outside and all of a sudden a Russian bomb drops on my head or something. You know what the fuck I mean? We're pretty fucking lucky that we live in the West, alright? But if it keeps going like it is going, then it won't be the West for very long no more, right? Like, you gotta hold true to your values, man. And we're letting them we're letting them get trampled. Insanely so. Like, some of our values don't even exist anymore. I can't... If I walk outside at night now, I'm like not comfortable at all anymore. Whereas 15 years ago, I was perfectly comfortable. Except for that one time when I was walking around, when I was walking home with a big bag of weed in my pocket, and I closed my friend's door, and the first thing I see is 2 fucking police vans at 3 in the morning, and I have a giant bag of weed in my pocket. I'm like, oh fuck. I was high as fuck too, right? Because we just went and got it. All right. So, high as fuck. I close the door on his front door. I look over and there's 2 fucking police vans. And all I needed to go was past the police fence, around the corner, I was home. But that was like the longest walk of my life, bro. The first thing I did was take my hoodie off. I am totally white. Everything is perfectly okay. Like, I remember consciously thinking, I gotta take my hood off so I'm not suspicious. Took my hood off immediately. And then I walk past the fucking police car and a dog starts barking. Bro, I nearly shit myself. Holy fuck. Turns out, around the corner where I live is a, like a restaurant type thing. And an armed robbery happened, like literally with a gun and shit. So they were like looking around and securing the area. Bro, like I nearly shot myself, dude. That's like the amount of willpower that I had to not run home and just like casually keep walking at like a normal walking speed and like act like I didn't care. There were 2 fucking police vans right there. My god, I will never forget that, dude. Never forgetting that, bro. Yeah, that was an interesting. It's literally 200 meters, right? Like it's longest 200 meters of my life. It was fantastic. Now that I think about it, right? It's a good story. I'll put it that way. To be fair, I got some weird stories. The one where I'm like fighting with a customer in the store is that takes the cake. I think that's the craziest story I've got. And when I think about it back now, couldn't help but notice the guy wasn't white and definitely not Belgian and already had an ankle monitor on. How the fuck is that guy still in my country? Like, you're already so worried about him that he needs an ankle monitor. Send his ass out home, bro. And home is not fucking, you know, Antwerp, Brussels, Deurne, Ekeren, whatever the fuck. Home is wherever the fuck he came from, alright? You wanna come here and commit crimes? No. Unacceptable. Immediately gone. It's like the last terror attack that happened in Belgium was an illegal immigrant. And we get like a terror attack once every 10 years, right? So it's a pretty big deal. And he was shooting at, I think, Finnish or Swedish supporters of a football match. And he was given an order to remove himself, because we don't, here's the thing which is crazy in Belgium, we do not put people on the plane anymore. We just tell them, you gotta get out, and that's it. Nothing happens afterwards. So they don't go out. Crazy, I know. Oh my god, a criminal doesn't listen to the law? I would have never guessed. Put these people on a plane with fucking handcuffs if need be. Get rid of them, alright? Because 4 years later, he fucking killed 3 people? For no fucking reason. And we just let it happen. Because he was told 4 years prior to that, get the fuck out. You don't tell these people to get the fuck out. You put them on a plane. And you watch them get the fuck out. It's unbelievable, dude. Like, I'm actually really happy that finally people are like fighting back against it. Just look at Ireland right now, right? The fucking place is on fire because of one of the illegal slash refugees raped like a 10-year-old. Raped, sorry. Like a fucking 10-year-old girl. And the police did nothing. We just gotta suck that up. We just gotta... It keeps happening. They're throwing literal hand grenades in my country now at each other, right? Like this fucking... At least this filth is keeping it in their own fucking... Right? In their own little territory. But they're throwing fucking hand grenades. They had a fucking drone with explosives to assassinate our fucking prime minister. When is enough enough? When do we say, no mas, get the fuck out? We have a good country, we like to keep it good. But if I say that, I'm the bad guy. We're living in fantasy land, guys.
I called this out a while ago, and I'm glad that some people are starting to realize this.
I'm on a roll tonight.
Basically,
Jesus.
all of these protests, if you guys notice this, that it's
I
just
should go into
full of
politics.
a bunch of old retards. Have y'all seen this before?
I shouldn't.
Protests full of old
I would fucking
retards.
hate it.
Hi folks, sorry for the strange setup, but I'm obviously travelling at the moment. Sorry for the echoing here. It's not my choice and there's nothing I can do about it. But I wanted to talk about the No Kings
Sargon.
protest that happened a couple of days in America.
Jesus, I haven't seen him in years.
Boomer-tastic. And the whole thing seems to have gone off without a hitch and was genuinely quite funny to watch. So we're told by the BBC that millions turned out for the anti-Trump No Kings protest. Now, you may have seen people saying, well, they're using recycled footage.
They should have turned up to vote.
I think the No Kings protesting is absolutely fucking hilarious. Because do you want to know the most powerless people in a monarchy these days? It's the kings and the queens, alright? They're figureheads, bro. They're like literally, they're a PR stunt. They have zero power. The power is in the hands of the prime ministers and the cabinets. 100%. It's the same in Belgium, in the Netherlands, in the UK, anywhere in Europe. If there's a king, he has zero power. Okay, so the whole No King protest is hilarious because the president in America has infinitely more power than a king in Europe. It's not even remotely close.
17, which they probably were. But I suspect these were quite large protests because this is, as far as I can tell, the hippies of the 60s coming out to whine about things that
These are the hippies that complained about things in the 60s. This is their one final act of defiance. This is the final gift that they give to us. Complaining in the streets about Donald Trump. That's it.
Folks simply
the last push, their last
them
dance.
and their radicalized grandchildren.
Well, literally, they're
are the only
dancing.
people who care about this.
Yes.
And so this genuinely amused.
Like I genuinely think the only thing Americans know about kings is from Game of Thrones. Like, I genuinely think that, or these Americans at least. I shouldn't generalize, but if you went to a protest called the No Kings protest, unironically, the only thing you know about a king is from Game of Thrones. I guarantee it. Right? There's just no fucking way. Like, I agree that kings are a plague on our society, right? But only insofar as we have to support their habits, right? They get taxpayer money. That's why I think they're, you know, a detriment to our society as a whole. Because we could use that money on the roads. You know what I mean? Like, we don't need to pay some retard that's generally inbred to be a figurehead and a PR spokesman for our country. We can do that ourselves. Yeah, we don't need that guy, okay? But that's all he does.
He says, huge crowds took part in the No Kings protest.
It's not like Jeffrey that goes off with his head and somebody chops the guy's head off, right? That doesn't happen, guys. Right? That's not a thing.
This problem's not going to exist. It won't exist in 10 years because they'll all be dead, right? I mean, like, just in 10, 15 years, they're going to be dead. So it's going to go away. But the problem is that my generation, the millennials, are going to grow up and be as insufferable and annoying as the boomers. So the millennials will replace the boomers in being this insufferable, annoying group of people. It's going to happen.
He's right.
So yeah, major left-wing strongholds. Thousands packed New York City's iconic Times Square and streets all around, with people holding signs with slogans like "Democracy, not monarchy," and "The Constitution is not optional." But what are you talking about? Trump is constantly engaged in a legal back and forth with the judges in the United States.
Literally.
Who are contesting his abilities.
Literally, constantly.
Weighed up by the Constitution. In fact, some might say it's becoming a bit of a problem because it is presenting legal challenges where there ought not to be legal challenges. And in fact, many of the things that they're complaining about, such as the overturning of Roe versus Wade, were not Trump's decision. They were the Supreme Court decision.
Right.
A body that is outside of his power.
Remember when Obama used drone strikes without asking Congress? Guess where that can't happen? Any monarchy in the West. Like, This is not gonna happen. The king does not have the power to do that. Obama sure did. Was he the king? Was he a king? Would you include him in a no kings Oh, you wouldn't? Oh, weird. But he's on your side though, right? Weird how that works, huh?
And
well, I mean, to be fair, I mean, the Trump did appoint the people that made that decision. I mean, so like it's partially true, it's partially not true. I think the reason why, the big reason why I think that it's a lot of old people is because old people still read mainstream media. Like a lot of normal people have moved past mainstream media, but old people, you've got to remember that a lot of scams and things like that, they intentionally target old people because they're dumb. They're dumb, they don't understand technology, they don't understand the current...
Ignorant. It's not dumb, they're not retards, they're just ignorant of the technology, right? There's a difference. Words have meaning.
World. They're 70 years old, they understood things 50 years ago, that was a long time ago. Now they don't get it. And so they get scammed constantly. That's just how it works. And so they're sitting here, and they're the ones that are keeping
that's high level.
mainstream media on life support. And when they're gone, mainstream media goes away too. Because they're not bringing in a new audience of people. They're just doubling down on farming boomers. They lived in World War II in Nazi times? No, they did not. They lived after that. The baby boom was after World War II. None of these people lived through World War II. Absolutely not.
Decisions against him, in fact.
They lived in one of the most economically
World War II was
prosperous
80
times
years
in the
ago. What the
entire
fuck are you
history
talking
of
about? These
humankind,
people are like 60.
and especially inside of America.
So this whole
85
thing
years
is just
actually.
really funny because nobody is saying that Trump is a king.
If they
other than-
lived through a World War II, they'd be 95. Because living through means 10 years old. Otherwise, you wouldn't really remember all that much.
A very, very,
well,
very
5 years. Let's say 5 years. 5 years old. Right.
On the right.
Well, just to make it
Because I don't know
that's the
whether
reason why.
this is something that's self-evident from the name or something.
Yeah.
But the Republican Party is not a party of monarchy, actually. Donald Trump is just showing that you can be an effective right-wing or Republican executor and not a king. And this would be even more silly if Donald Trump was acting beyond his own democratic remit. But I don't know whether you remember, he won the House, the Senate, the popular vote, and the presidency.
Yeah, let's protest because we lost the vote. Yeah, too bad, huh?
The last election. So to argue that somehow Trump doesn't have a democratic remit for all of this would require you to explain why winning all those votes didn't matter.
Yeah.
So anyway, let's return to the BBC article, because like I said,
it's embarrassing.
This is funny. This is just boomer delusion. Several US states had mobilized
And boomers read the BBC. Like, young people don't read this garbage. But these old people do. And they believe anything that they see on social media. They're the ones that are typing amen whenever Jesus is transformed into a shrimp and he saved somebody's life from getting hit by a car.
God,
That's
the
them.
organizers said the events, which drew nearly 7 million people, were peaceful. I'm sure they were peaceful.
Yeah,
All
one
people
like
tend
equals
to
one
be
pray.
peaceful.
This is what they
All
do.
people tend not to be a violent demographic. And a bunch of old boomers standing around with their stupid signs saying no kings or we don't want this.
Yeah.
Well, too bad. Everyone else voted for it. This is what you get.
Yep.
Trump isn't fabricating powers out of nothing.
I think that there's also like a much larger generational problem where a lot of the people in the baby boomer like kind of demographic are not really relinquishing power and giving it up to the next generation. And I think that that's created a lot of resentment for young people, because as young people want to move up inside of the workplace and take a certain amount of control of society because they've been part of it for a long enough period of time, they're not really given the ability to do that. And I think that makes a lot of them very angry. It makes them very frustrated and angry.
And there are genuine problems in these
There's a
Democrat
lot of
cities
resentment for it.
that needs
You know,
solution.
even and it goes down to something as simple as like, how many times have you heard, young people complaining about boomers buying houses for like $20,000 and then telling you to pull yourself up by your bootstraps and
I know, right?
go into the company that you want to work for and hand the manager your resume in person, right? Like, it's just people that are giving advice for something that didn't work 20 years ago.
So why shouldn't Trump be able to do the things that he's doing? And the answer is just literally, we don't like it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all it boils down to. We don't like it because we're liberal boomers from the 1960s, and as far as we're concerned, history ended 50 years ago, and we haven't caught up to the fact that actually things are still going. In an interview with Fox News, set to air on Sunday, Trump appeared to address the rallies. A king? This is not the act. You know they're referring to me as a king. I'm not a king. Yeah, I imagine that he thinks that if he was a king, he wouldn't have so much institutional resistance. Because, I mean, like, take for example the example of Britain. We've got a long and complex
We should have age maximums for political jobs. No, I don't think we should have age maximums. Like, you don't have to have everything mandated, but I think that you do have a cultural problem when certain things don't happen. Like, and the problem is that you can't solve everything with a law. There's a lot of things that you can solve with laws, but you can't solve everything.
Isn't Tancred the one where you turn into a lich? That's still a thing?
With monarchy and the legal and political institutions of the country, but technically it's the Crown Courts. Technically it's the Royal Navy, the Royal Army, the Royal Air Force. Technically it is the King in Parliament that sits and governs over us. So technically, if you're a king, all authority actually flows from the king.
Exactly.
And theoretically, the king is, as the source of authority of the institutions of the country, can override them if he wishes. Now, of course, there's a long conversation and series of arguments to be made about that, because of course we in Britain have a complex history with that. But the point being, there's just nothing about Trump that screams king, actually. To be honest,
they're just mad that he's doing things that they don't like. It's really just that simple. And they want to go out there, and the thing is, that's the reason why they call it fascist. They say he's being a king or something like a dictator. The reason why is because that is a way that they can radicalize people against them. It's not about whether it's true or not. It's about whether it will upset people into being afraid of him and not liking him. That's the focus.
He more screams.
That's what it's about.
Just European
a king went to court. Exactly.
Kind of like Orban or someone like that. Again, not a dictator, not a king. Someone who's elected, been out of office, and elected again.
Before I run out of time.
It's kind of mirroring Orban's quite weirdly in this way. Just a strong.
We'll do that to any opponent. Yeah, exactly.
Politician. Just
a bait engagement,
obviously. So this hysteria just looks absurd. Like from outside of America, these people seem bonkers, absolutely bonkers. Beth Zaslav, a freelance writer and editor, can you believe it, said she joined the New York protest because she feels outraged and distressed at a move to
every single person, except for probably this person that's dyed their hair, has gray hair. Gray hair, gray hair, gray hair, gray hair, gray hair, gray hair, probably.
To be fair, I've had gray hair since I was like 18.
Towards fascism and authoritarian government happening.
Came on young for me.
I care a lot about New York City. It gives me hope to be out here with many other people. But, I mean, what's your plan? You've got another, 3 years of Donald Trump? That's just him going to be doing stuff.
Yeah.
No hate, no fear. Immigrants are welcome here. Thank you, Miss Zaslav. I'm going to guess that it's not. But again, look at it. It's all the greybeards, the liberal greybeards, who have come out and been like, "Oh no, wait, this wasn't the America I expected in the 1960s. I was listening to John Lennon's Imagine." Fuck John Lennon's Imagine. Fuck your Massimo Mascali, a 68-year-old retired engineer and resident of New Jersey who grew up in Italy.
Bro, they're going to be busting retirement homes out to these protests just so they can fuck up our lives a little bit longer. Just so they can fuck it up and make it worse for like 3 more years. Oh, God.
He was concerned the US was following the same path that his home country did in the last century. Trump is way more effective than Mussolini. Although I bet the Trumps probably don't mind. He said he was worried about the Trump administration's immigration crackdown, healthcare cuts for millions of Americans.
Why?
You know, the real problem with Mussolini. Too many immigrants. We're gonna seal the borders and kick them all out. Yeah, that was the problem with Mussolini.
With NGOs being shut down, they can't afford to bust them out? Yeah, I guess so, right?
We cannot count on the Supreme Court. We cannot count on the government, he told the BBC. We cannot count on the Congress. Well, that's because they all Republican majority through democratic means.
So let me get this straight. We can't use democratic means anymore. So we got outvoted, so we're going to protest against a king. Well, wait a minute. That's the only way that you would be like, in order for you to get what you'd want, you'd effectively need a king. You see how like you want the opposite actually, and again, once you understand, this is a big issue that a lot of people have, is that they engage individuals like this as if they're behaving.
It's only 57 minutes. What the hell?
These people don't want. These people are not complaining about the secret police. They want to be the secret police. That's why they had COVID. These people are not complaining about censorship. They want to do the censorship. That's why they banned right-wing opinions and Donald Trump during 2021. These people are not complaining about no kings. They're complaining about not being the king. These people are not complaining about democracy. They're complaining about losing the vote. So these people are not complaining about defund
the man has a point.
Police. You don't want to defund the police. You want to be the police. You want to make the decisions yourself. So once you reframe a lot of these arguments in the way that they're truly intended based off of what these people are actually asking for in their own mind, you'll realize that they're not really principled at all. These people just simply want the reins to power, and they're upset that you have them and not them. That's the main issue. That's the problem. They had no problem saying Russia rigged the election when 2016 happened, and they'll say the next election is rigged too. There are people saying that Kamala Harris, the election was rigged. It's all for power. There is no
by Kamala Harris by being so
whatsoever.
stupid. Right?
That's it.
Like
There's a difference between a fraudulent election and torpedoing your own campaign.
Various arms of government, and suddenly the Republicans are basically in control of everything, and all they can do is go like, oh well.
Yeah, they don't want to protest these things. They want to have these things for themselves.
I guess we have the legislative, executive, and judiciary that are all against the American people right now. What are you talking about? The American people voted for this. They're getting what they voted for. I mean, a miracle.
Imagine that.
In modern times. I would love a democracy that was actually capable of putting a government in place in Britain that would allow us to get what we voted for. That would be an incredible miracle.
Too bad.
And I can't even imagine how great that would be. One protester at the rally in the Capitol held up a sign that read, "I am Antifa. Chuck Eppie, 76.
I love how these people think that the disgusting. These people make me look clean. Like you look at these Antifa protesters. Oh my God, it's like these people live on. It's like they live under a bridge. You bring out basically a collection of ogres, swamp hags, and orcs to go out and protest against protests for illegal migration. You know, Mordor lives matter. What the fuck is this? It's insane. And you have these people doing this, and guess what? Nobody likes them. Swamp hags, well, that's what they are. Really?
Protest. Said it was a loaded term and just meant he supported peace, daycare, livable wage, healthcare.
It's a loaded
I think there
term.
might be slightly more to Antifa than I want good things. I think there might be slightly more than that, which is why there are a bunch of violent insurrectionists. CNN also had an amazing article, millions rally against Trump at No King's protests, and the organisers explain why. Oh, it was organised. Right, okay, it wasn't just this organic thing that sprang up out of nowhere.
Wow.
Of course it was. Which means someone must have been funding it, which is interesting. And of course,
doing that?
To celebrate her 70th birthday. Retired government worker Peggy Cole says she had a friend.
Retired government workers. Oh God, here we go.
Nearly 10 hours from her hometown in Flint, Michigan.
10
to join a
hours.
protest in Washington, D.C. She felt compelled
Did they even figure out their whole water situation over there, or is it still poison?
mark the milestone at the large demonstration because it's a scary time for Americans and democracy is at stake.
Democracy is at stake. Yes, democracy is a problem when you lose the vote. It's still poisoned? Okay. So let me get this straight. This retarded old bitch drove over, and this is what I was saying, displaced bored swamp hags that should be selling mushrooms in a forest to random adventurers have now been given computers, government jobs, cars, and most importantly, and the worst of all, they've been given the internet. And we have been
that's gone.
overrun
Fuck.
by displaced, disaffected, bored
I should have kept that for a
swamp
source.
hags that are ruining our lives. That's it. That's the big problem. And they're orc minions.
Why? Like, everyone just keeps getting elected to things. And you're like,
Yeah.
you know what? This is more what democracy was supposed to be. Democracy
Democracy
is
is
when
when
I
I
get what I
win.
voted for, not when
Yeah.
the other guy gets what he voted for.
Yeah.
It seems to me that Trump is taking our government, our democracy, and dismantling it piece by piece, slowly but surely. If we don't sit by and if we sit by and don't do anything about it,
Surely you're doing something about it.
what are you doing?
Yes.
Like, seriously, in a couple of years, there'll be another election, and a new government will be formed. Like, it's just going to carry on.
Yep.
Your local elections will carry on, your state elections will carry on, your elections for the police, the judges, whoever
yeah.
else you vote
Oh,
for.
yeah.
Americans do so much voting. That's all going to continue.
We love voting.
I don't know what you're talking about.
unfortunately.
So CNN tell us that
Yes.
the Trump administration and GOP officials have painted anti-Trump protesters the work of violent left-wing radicals.
Honestly,
The organization behind the movement
this is making me want to install Viki 3 and just turn America into an authoritarian shithole. Just so
I
you
think
know
that the
what
No
it's
Kings
really like.
protest was primarily non-violent. It's because these people can't be violent. They can barely even get around to begin with. They're all fucking 70 years old.
So they say they're a progressive grassroots
Yeah, they can't
movement
do
of
anything.
millions of activists across every state.
If
fueled
they
by
could,
a
they'd be starting
partnership between
trouble.
thousands of local, autonomous, indivisible
They're
groups
fat.
and national staff. Well, who's funding them? I bet it's going to be Act Blue, isn't it? I bet it's going to turn out to be Act Blue that's funding this.
Oh.
I bet a huge amount of Soros money has been poured into this, hasn't it? I don't have time to look it up, but I bet I'm right. Feel free to have a dig around, folks, because apparently Invisible Project, which is a 501c4, I believe that is a non-profit, means that you're going to be able to actually find who the funders of this are. It's going to be the Democrats. It's going to be that way. It's not a grassroots movement like they claim, obviously. One thing that gets me about this whole thing is that it's genuinely clownish. Like, they turn up in like frog costumes, lobster costumes, and other stupid...
No shellfish kings. And it's some stupid fucking... Jesus Christ.
Wow.
I mean, it is kind of funny. To be fair, it is kind of funny.
Come on.
But this is just fucking
Really?
sad, guys. It really is just fucking sad.
Every time.
Reddit revolutionaries, bro. Like, there it is. How do you think that much do you think they paid for the costumes? Probably a lot.
Like, things with their silly signs, and it's like, look, there's an
Warning
eagle
signs
one,
of
there's a shark
fascism.
one. It's like, what are you guys doing? Like this.
Well, the implication is that this is the reason why they're doing it, is that they think that by dressing up like they're from Chuck E. Cheese, that they will make it look like the police are worse for doing bad things to them. When, I mean, if you want me to be honest, like, whenever they tackle one of the people in those mascot things, I think it's so funny. I do. It's just funny to watch it happen, right? It's the same as whenever a mascot does something on, like, a sports, you know, in, like, a sports field. They'll, like, you know, eat somebody or something like that. It's just funny to watch somebody in a banana suit get tackled. Like, I'm sorry. Doesn't matter what side they're on, it's just funny to watch.
The fact that you act in such a frivolous manner regarding your protest makes me think that, frankly, to you,
Kings only, no kings.
Where, which balls?
Oh, God. Do you remember what I said? Displaced swamp hags.
not serious. If you can turn up and make jokes about the protest that you're currently engaged in, I don't think you're genuinely in fear of losing democracy. I think this is just a boomer day out for them to have a good time and to go and go, yeah, aren't we good people? We resisted fascism. How? Well, I was walking around like a and I waved a little banner that had a crossed out crown on it because Donald Trump, famous for wearing crowns, you see. Obviously, a bunch of like woke lefty Hollywood types came out, Pedro Pascal, Katie Washington, and others attended.
Oh, yeah.
And they went and complained, they were like, defend democracy so people can keep electing people like Donald Trump.
I love how these people, especially Hollywood actors that try to talk about democracy while they try to wield their influence as, you know, these like super wealthy elites inside of the country in order to direct people to vote in the way that they want them to. But then whenever it doesn't work, despite their best efforts, they're trying to complain about democracy.
Robert De Niro,
You're
anyone?
trying to subvert
That dude is
democracy
disgusting,
by
man.
advocating
What a
for
rich.
people and using your position that has nothing to do with politics in order to influence democracy.
Ooh.
But when it doesn't work,
Yo,
now democracy
why
is
does
at
this look
risk.
like that?
It's just
Obviously,
again,
I'm
as
gonna
I said
pick up
before,
the unique
these
ring,
people
bro.
don't want
Like,
to-
chill.
They're not mad that Trump is getting rid
Chill.
of democracy. They're mad
Alright,
that
boys, what do we
they're
get?
not getting rid of democracy.
No.
They're the ones that want to
Fucking
get rid of
metal deal.
democracy.
Obviously.
It's alright for
Nancy
my
Pelosi came out
source that I
and
don't have yet, I
broke
guess.
a crown because that's so brave.
Gonna tear up the crown.
Back to the swamp. You know, maybe Trump shouldn't drain the swamp after all, because I feel like ever since he started saying that, I started seeing this issue. Yes, another one right here. Bro, even the swamp don't want her? Yeah, exactly. I'm telling you, she's so old. Yeah. It's just awful, man. It really is awful. You're listening to a Redcoat's opinion on democracy? Do you know they still have a monarchy? Listen, you got to understand something, okay? We don't have democracy. We have a representative. We have a democratic republic, okay? This is a republic. It's not fucking democracy. And if you look at, by the way, I can find this here. Take a look at this. I don't know if I can find some more of these here. I don't know where it is exactly. But no, I'm not able to find the image I was going to show. But there's a lot of images and a lot of quotes from the founding fathers talking about how democracy can be a big problem. It's a constitutional republic. Yes, there you go. Democracy as a city as Greece? Yeah. Do you think it's the British again? Maybe, I don't know.
How many decades has Nancy Pelosi been in office?
Like 60.
For longer than most kings in history. Right. Nancy
So let me get this. Yeah,
About
so
as
let me
long
get
as
this
I've been
straight.
alive.
So this woman has had a longer tenure than a king, and she's complaining about kings.
And got really rich off of it as well.
That's crazy.
Weird how that works, huh?
Really?
It's almost like these people are all corrupted or something. Crazy.
Pelosi has been such a fixture, and she's wealthier than most kings in history were as well. And
So she's been in power for longer than a king. She has more money than a king, but she hates kings.
But yeah, kings are peasant to her, right?
We gotta send them back to the swamp, bro. Like, we gotta do something about this.
It makes sense that she would hate kings,
yeah,
right?
she's like,
They're
yeah, see,
beneath
no
her.
monarchy, I just got elected over and over and over and over and over by the most reliable constituency that, I'm gonna be honest, does kind of resemble a sort of feudal fiefdom. But
It
don't
is.
worry, technically votes were cast, and therefore I'm against kings.
Well, no, they
Anyway.
want the fiefdom. They want the feudalism because the feudalism ensures that they'll continue to have the votes. That's the whole apparatus that they're building, that they're trying to build, is that they create a lot of social systems that make a certain demographic.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. So, Farthest Frontier came out yesterday. Well, it's been out since 2022. I bought it when it first came out in early access, but it came out in 1.0. And all this talk about kings and fiefdoms is making me really want to play it, bro. Like, I might actually play soon.
Reliant on them, and then they hold
Just
those
'cause that would be
social
hilarious.
systems hostage because the other party doesn't want them because they're just there in order to secure those votes. They're basically trying to create voting feudalism. That's the whole goal.
Oh, hey, my guy
No,
died. I didn't even
it's-
notice.
The more I think about it, it's like, yeah, that's basically what was
I guess he
happening.
got stuck somewhere.
You also had the sort of, like I said, the radical grandchildren fringe.
I've just
of
been blasted.
Antifa weirdos who
When did
had
he
things
die?
like Charlie Kirk Had It Coming.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is great. Enemy feminisms. Feminism for the 99%. Unbuild walls. Palestine and Marxism.
What? Oh yeah,
Man.
these retards. Yeah, I saw that picture.
Politicians don't die like they used to. There's another. These girls, bro. Remember what I told y'all? All swamp hags. Every single one of them.
Assassination's great again. And all these other sort of like, we are happy that people have murdered Republicans.
Also, what I find to be really funny about this is any woman that's like baiting around for a political revolution doesn't realize what happens to women in political revolutions.
I'm so confused.
Every single one in the history of revolutions. Every single... There aren't any exceptions.
Oh my god, you got me a faith? What?
They think it won't happen. Yeah, it's amazing that women would ever even consider wanting this. It's unbelievable.
I can't carry anymore.
I guess they're just stupid. I mean, you can't blame somebody for being stupid, right? What do you mean? Oh, I mean, I guess I could just say,
I've got the base already.
I don't know why I'm talking around it. Inside
Someone gave me
every
the
single
base. I'm not sure if it's a good
political
base.
revolution,
Actually, I have to do some research on
even
it.
inside of women, like for example, the way
Well,
that women were treated after the different countries.
I think I'm missing like 2 of these runes, so I'm not even close to making one myself.
They were raped, murdered, beaten. They were forced into abortions. They were basically treated as slaves. Women inside of any sort of militaristic political revolution immediately become effectively currency. That's what's going to happen instantly. And it's happened inside of every single revolution. And it happened, like, why do you think that there are those statues in South Korea of those comfort women? Like, it's always been like this. And if there's a legitimate conflict, that's what's going to happen to them. Because it's happened every single time. So it's a joke. It is. It's a joke. It's insane. And that's why I think it's so ridiculous for these girls to be pushing for this, because it's like you have just no...
I swear I have IK somewhere.
Like, what do you think's going to happen? What do you think is going to happen? It's crazy. What are you talking about? Eastern Europe or something?
Here we go.
You mean those statues aren't there for foreigners to get lap dances for? No, they're not. These people don't know what they want? Yeah, exactly. And no self-preservation instinct? Yeah, they don't understand at all. Comfort women were raped by the Japanese, not through they're not Koreans. I know that. That's the reason why the statues were in Korea. That I know that. Learn to listen. The statues are in Korea. The atrocities happen from Japan primarily, and there's a whole lot of like I don't even like the inner Asian like fucking conflicts and racism between like China, Japan, Korea, fucking Vietnam. I know like 3% of this. Okay, like that's on the other side of the fucking world. Completely different race of people. I don't fucking know. I know it's not good. I'll tell you that. Some of them really don't get along. It's like some shit that happened 600 years ago. No, remember 1,200 years ago that one thing happened? Yeah, fuck you. It's how it is. Like, I don't know why, but that's how it is. So, I just find it to be weird that you have all these women that are trying to advocate for a political revolution when, if a political revolution happened, it would be the most horrifying, terrible thing to have ever happened. And also, like, men get killed, right? It's not like women have it bad and men have it good. Men are out getting killed, women are being raped. It's just it's horrible. It's an apocalypse situation. It's awful. It's crazy that these people are advocating for something like that they have no idea of the consequence of it.
Which, I mean, that's pro-democracy, bro. That's 100% democracy. Nothing screams democracy like shooting
Maximum
a presidential
resist.
candidate on the campaign trail, does it? And the thing is about this being a boomer protest is that their grandchildren basically don't really agree with them on the nature of the American Constitution, American democracy. From a poll last year by the Cato Institute, when they looked at enthusiasm for the Constitution across demographic groups, obviously boomers, 65 plus and over, were 3/4 in favor of it, strongly favorable opinion. And then the Gen Xers at 68.
I think the Constitution's wrong on tons of things. There's tons of amendments I don't agree with. Sure, yeah. Especially the way the Supreme Court interprets them. Absolutely. This is too broad of a question. Like what? Citizens United, cruel and unusual torture, not a fan of that. I think if we want to publicly execute people, I don't think that's a problem at all. Especially for really bad actors in order to set an example. You've got, let's see, beyond that, citizenship for anybody that is born here, regardless of the parent's citizenship status. Absolutely not. Like those are the three things that I would say immediately I am against. Yeah.
Younger Gen X is at 53. But then the millennials,
actually,
34,
15% is quite a lot now. I'm gonna keep
had a strongly favorable opinion to the US Constitution. That's really weird, isn't it? That's a weird way of not replicating your own ideology from the boomers. Like, if you believe in this so strongly, why don't your grandchildren also believe in this? And the Zoomers themselves actually support writing a new constitution. Obviously,
there's nothing wrong with writing a new constitution. That's why you have amendments. The Constitution was written, made in order to have amendments and be a living document. Like, that's the whole reason why they reinterpret amendments all the time. Like, the entire idea
that one hand,
this is some sort of like stated thing.
I was like, whoa.
Like, for example, there are tons of things that like a random person can't have.
Two-handed paladin.
That are like military things that people can't have. So like, there's limitations to the First Amendment. There's limitations to the Second Amendment. There's limitations almost to everything. And so, like, for guns, exactly.
8% reanimate as defiled border.
Like,
holy fuck.
Things that different things apply to. So this is in my opinion, I think this is like such bad polling. Because like, it's such an individual,
no, it's better than the one I
individually
had.
based issue.
Where I put it?
25% of boomers support that. 27% of the old Gen Xers. 40% of the young Gen Xers.
Yeah,
47% of the millennials. But 54%.
Somebody says, "Am I against anchor babies?" Absolutely, I'd deport every single one of them.
4% of Zoomers are like, yeah, no, fuck the Constitution. Let's just write a new one that reflects our diversity as a people. Boomers, you are out. It's over for you. Your beloved democracy that you'll seek to protect so much, the Constitution, the Republic, all those things that you're so concerned about, it genuinely is, as Rousseau put, the real Constitution is inscribed on the hearts of men. And when your generation goes, the younger generations will not have the fondness for the 20th century America that you have, that you had during your youth, and that will all disappear. Things will change.
Yep, absolutely.
Because, I mean, obviously the boomers, again, 2/3 of them think that the American...
Thought you were against denaturalizing anchor babies? I mean, I'm talking about like future ones, right? I mean, obviously, like if somebody was born in the U.S. like 20 years ago, they've been a U.S. citizen for like 20 years because of the 14th Amendment. Like, applying rules retroactively to people generally is a bad idea. But like, from my perspective, I would, from now on, no, never. New people, yeah, exactly.
Founding fathers were heroes. 34% were like heroes and villains, but 1% said villains. Same sort of numbers with the older Gen X.
Yes.
The younger Gen X, about 50-50 on heroes, or both heroes and villains. And then the millennials are like, no, more heroes and villains than heroes, with 5% just on villains. And the same sort of thing with the Gen Z. So it's not like the founding fathers and the love of them is even something that they have really taken heart. They're like, well...
Something that's important to keep in
so
mind
weird.
is that whenever these people try to weaponize, figures like Thomas Jefferson or George Washington, they're not doing it from a place of respect to Thomas Jefferson or George Washington. They don't care about Thomas Jefferson or George Washington. But what they do care about is weaponizing your respect for them in order to achieve their goals. Would you support removing non-citizens from the census? Completely. If you're not a citizen, you shouldn't be counted in the census. And I don't think that, and the reason why is that the census is used in order to determine a certain amount of government representation.
Jesus. Crushing blow, deadly strike, open wounds.
Census, you create an incentive
in
order to bring more non-citizen
I was about to say, this is a good item for Exquisite.
into an area and then increase the voting power of that area. And so you've now created a reward structure around adding the
me
more
bug him on Discord.
non-citizens you add, the more
I
power
heard
you have
you like
over
dudes.
American policy. Does that sound like a good idea? That's retarded. Of course you shouldn't do that.
Back. And you'll remember that the radical fringe of that 5% who think they're just straight up villains will go out and tear down the statues of them as they did during the 20s.
Never listen to these people about, oh, I care about the Constitution. No, you don't. You care about it when you agree with it.
20 Black Lives Matter riots. It's not like these people haven't been radicalized. And this really is a product.
And also another thing is them, trying to make an argument to authority to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court's just 9 fucking geriatrics. I like, Clarence Thomas is an OG, and I think some of the other ones
look at his
too,
damage.
But at the end of the day, it's 9 fucking geriatrics. They also decided to, these are people decided to do Citizens United, right? Like, yeah, no, like you shouldn't look at them as some sort of divine
It's
authority.
quadrupled.
They're
Not
just
even
9
quadrupled.
people that
5
made the
times.
decision.
Was it 5 times?
And also, they're completely partial. They're absolutely partial. And if they weren't partial, then all of those people that are saying that,
bro,
the
look at
Supreme Court's
the upgrade. Look,
wouldn't have been Malding
this is what I
because
had.
Trump got to appoint 3 justices.
Boink.
It's bullshit.
What the fuck?
These sort of liberalism. If you allow it
Also,
to
this guy has
go
way more
and go
resistance than I do.
where it's trying to encompass all of
Mostly
mankind,
thanks to this.
and it sees all of its own wrongs as primarily the problem rather than things that are outside of its remit, then, well, you get to that point, don't you? And finally, you may have seen this amazing post going around. I posted it myself. A huge thank you to all the No Kings protesters yesterday. I was very concerned a king was trying to take my place, but thanks to your tireless efforts, I am still your president. Great job all.
Man.
Unfortunately, that's fake. Like I said, I posted it as well, and I'll take it down after this video. 'Cause
Sad.
I didn't realize.
He should have said it, though.
sounded so
That's
much
really
like
funny.
something Donald Trump would say. And frankly, he should have said that. He should have tweeted that out. He should have been like, yeah, no, I'd hate to have a king because I'm the guy in charge, aren't I? I don't want to be replaced.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that's a fake. But it does probably accurately represent what Trump actually thinks, which is another thing about the sort of
It's
fake
ridiculous.
posts
Bro,
of
if you
Trump
ever make a
going
character
around.
on this,
Yeah,
I got
okay,
you covered,
he might
dude.
not have said that.
Like,
But if he was inclined to think about
We're
the subject,
Gucci.
he probably would say that, wouldn't he?
probably would have said
Like, if you were to
it, yeah.
ask him, that probably would be his opinion on it. Anyway, it's nice that the boomers got to have a day out of the nursing home, isn't it?
Yeah, anyway, that's what I think the problem is it's the last gasp of relevancy from the boomers in order for them to fuck up society just a little bit longer, in order for them to enable their delusional, self-serving ideals while they live under more wealth and they have experienced more benefits than anybody else in society, and they've made all this money, and somehow they're still talking down to the young people. It's so fucking obnoxious. They're in their death throes. They are. They're in their death throes, and this is a problem that's going to solve itself. And there are a lot of based boomers out there, too. You can't forget that. It's not like they're all bad. They are not all bad. But some of the ones that are out there doing this are just displaced hippies, bored swamp hags, and old retards that should be sitting in a nursing home playing bingo rather than going out and fucking up society. You don't have any stake in it anymore. You're gonna be dead soon. Just give it a fucking rest and leave everybody else alone. You know? That's the way I feel about it. That's what I think. So yes, it's war from the attack on the outside. Fascism is violence from above. Revolution is violence from below. I mean, I think it's just retard.
they need one of these
I mean,
things like Path of Exile has, like a unique stash tab where you can just put your unique seed. I like to collect them, man. I don't like to destroy them, you know?
This one very strongly.
It's a unique,
but,
right?
Yeah, I definitely.
They're collectible, alright?
do.
Oh, for God's sakes.
The next thing that I'm going to play to
Listen, a young man's night out ended in tragedy when he was caught in the crossfire of 2 people.
I swear, dude, all this talk of Kings is making me want to play Farthest Frontier, considering that came out yesterday.
Arrested a man
fully.
He's no stranger to violence.
So I'd like to tell you that today's story is the tale of a crime that really couldn't have been prevented, that there was nothing that could have been done differently in the past in order to prevent this outcome, and however tragic the death of Timothy Hutchinson, who is pictured right here, actually is, in reality sometimes these things happen, and we could just move forward with the justice system in Akron and hope that we prosecute this man to the fullest extent of the law. But the thing is, that would be a lie. That would be an untruth, because the suspect that has been revealed in this particular case is somebody called Deshaun Stafford, and you guys might be familiar.
They died instantly. What?
Remember him, but you
Oh
might
no.
be familiar with his victim in the past, Ethan Liming, who was beaten to death by Stafford at LeBron James's promise school over a dispute when Ethan Liming's friends were shooting a water pellet gun in their direction. They decided to chase those friends. Liming decided to get out of the car to talk to them, and they responded by sucker punching him, knocking him onto the ground, and then stomping him out repeatedly. Of course, a case that led to non-murder convictions. In fact, the only conviction that Deshaun Stafford, who killed Ethan Liming, again, knocked him to the ground and stomped him out with another person, got was an assault conviction for 18 months. And now that he's out, now that that time has expired from his 2023 conviction, guess what? Somebody else is dead. Somebody else lost their life because of this thug.
Care to kill the engines for me?
The streets by the Akron criminal justice system,
Maybe?
and I'm absolutely sick of it. So this is what
I
we're
just
going to
got
talk about
one
today.
shot.
But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Oh, give me the money. Give me the money, okay?
Count 1, which is involuntary manslaughter based upon aggravated assault. That is as to defendant Deshaun Stafford. This is the count upon which there has not been a verdict. As to count 1, the jury has considered this count for a considerable length of time and reported to the court that it is unable to reach a verdict. The court accepts this conclusion and finds that there is no probability of the jury agreeing and would would declare a mistrial as to count 1. As to count 2, we, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, do find the defendant, Deshaun Stafford, guilty of the offense of aggravated assault. And it goes on that we do so render our verdict upon the concurrence of 12
I'm
members
doing no damage.
of our said jury. It is dated September the 22nd and is signed by 12 members of the jury.
Now, if you guys don't remember the details of the Ethan Liming case, I will break it down for you
Fuck.
really quickly and tell you about the media frenzy surrounding it and all the different various people who were defending the murder of Ethan Liming based on the fact that the perpetrators in this particular case were black and Ethan Liming was white. So what is not usually told to people out there in the audience is that Ethan Liming went out with a group of friends. Now, they were being teenagers, they were goofing off, and they were using this like Nerf-style water pellet gun to shoot people outside of their vehicle while they were out. Now, it's important for you guys to understand because a lot of people tried to make this a race thing, saying that Ethan Liming was targeting innocent Beba Angel black people, but in reality, Ethan was with another white friend and 2 black friends also in the vehicle. And in fact, one of the black friends and one of Ethan's white friends were the ones who actually shot at Deshaun and his brother, and this ultimately ended up leading to this altercation because when these 2 guys got angry, they started chasing those individuals. They ran back towards the car. Ethan, not realizing that this was a serious physical threat, got out of the car thinking that they were horsing around, and he was jumped by these people at LeBron James's promise school. And if you guys will remember, there was a moment in time where these suspects were at large, and rather than LeBron James and his promise school using their platform in order to find the suspects, they decided to put out a post about how everybody in their community, in the promise school community, was actually safe, and it was no big deal, nothing to worry about. You know, it's just relax, everybody. It's all good because nobody important to the promise school nor LeBron James actually ended up getting hurt in this particular instance, even though Ethan Liming was beaten to death. The suspects were at large, and the parents were begging for somebody to pick up the story story so that these people could eventually get caught.
It's been 1 week of total anguish for the family of Ethan Liming.
What did he do to you that you deserve to kill him like this? I just can't wrap my head around why you did this to him.
Akron police say on the evening of June 2nd, officers responded to a reported fight outside of the I Promise school on West Market Street. Investigators tell us Ethan and a group of friends pulled up and fired gel beads from a splatter water bead blaster gun at a group playing basketball. A fight ensued, and police say Ethan was savagely beaten to death. So far, no arrests have been made.
So we're hoping that somebody out there will provide the Akron police with enough information to get them going in the right direction and help them solve this case as quickly as possible.
Copley Police Chief Michael Meyer is on the board of directors for Summit County Crime Stoppers.
Was this guy's name Michael Myers? Oh, okay, Michael Meir. Okay. If I... Sorry.
Organization had offered a $5,000 reward for any information leading to an arrest or indictment in the case. Now, 1 week after Ethan's death, Meyer says a group of anonymous community members is upping the ante.
Right. It's like I heard Michael Myers. Like, wait a minute. What was his name? Right.
Worse from that point on, because you guys will recall,
That's
after
funny.
they were caught, people started painting Ethan Liming as a racist. Now, of course, this was not justified at all whatsoever. This was a ridiculous allegation, and in addition to that, considering Ethan was out with two of his black friends, who, by the way, ended up testifying at the trial to try to get these killers convicted, they just decided to disregard that, and again, a la Austin Metcalf, make this a black-white issue where, of course, the person who was dead, the white person, was actually the evildoer all along. Now, in addition to that, the charges were actually reduced in this particular case.
But when I asked Brian LaPrince in the initial prosecutors meeting that I had with him, I asked him if race made a difference, if my son's skin color made a difference in the way in which they're approaching it. He said yes.
The Summit County Prosecutor's Office told us in a statement in part, quote, Mr. Liming's accusations are not true. We met with the Liming family and their attorney and explained the facts and evidence which we were legally permitted to tell them about. At no time did the race of any of those involved play a factor in the charges. Last month, Jones entered a no-contest plea to misdemeanor assault charges. He was given a suspended sentence of 180 days in jail and credited with time served. Liming is upset.
Wait, what? For murder? Bruh.
Angry and frustrated.
A source who was at the initial prosecutors meeting between the detectives and the prosecutors described that prosecutors meeting as being very contentious. Some of the prosecutors wanting felonious assault charges and murder charges, others basically wanting no charges at all, with one of the prosecutors saying that Ethan received quick justice.
Yes.
Which is a new term to me. I was
Yes,
unfamiliar
they
with that
fucking
terminology,
destroyed
quick
me,
justice.
dude. Yes.
And I guess implying that Ethan got what he deserved.
Because even though they knocked Ethan Liming out cold onto the street and then stomped him out to the point where his body had shoe prints all over it, they decided, oh, well, no big deal. It's just a regular, ordinary assault. And you know what? Ethan Liming kind of had it coming. And if you don't believe me, if you don't understand this, there was actually an Akron official who said Ethan Liming received street justice. This kid who was beaten to death by criminals, he got street justice because his friends fired a water pellet gun in the direction of the suspects, and these excuses were all added up to the point where when they got to the trial, they were only pursuing assault charges, and that's what they got a conviction of. So Ethan Liming was murdered in cold blood, was stomped out while he was on the ground, and those convicted for this murder didn't really get any serious prison time. And obviously, when you essentially get away with murder and you are a violent individual who's going to snap on kids for firing a water bead gun at you, this could lead you to, you know, get into other beats, get into other situations, and ultimately end up killing someone else. And that is exactly what is alleged to have happened in this particular case.
Oh, yeah, he walked backwards.
Tell me they were able to
Those
track
bastard.
down 24-year-old Deshaun Stafford with the help of hours of surveillance video and witness tips. Now, Akron Police Lieutenant Michael Murphy tells me with the help of the U.S. Marshals, Stafford was arrested this morning at his home in connection with the death of 25-year-old Timothy Hutchinson. Friends say Hutchinson was on his way to meet friends at a bar in the area when two men started shooting at one another. Hutchinson was caught in the crossfire. Police also
Oh my God, I can't
arrested
type.
23-year-old Imani Thomas on unrelated charges.
Look, when I first heard this story, I thought that maybe, just maybe, we would get some negative attention on this particular suspect because he was allowed to get away with killing a white person, but this particular shooting sounds like some hood nonsense, so likely the victim in this shooting would be a black person. However, even though it appears, based on the reporting, that the exchange was between two black people, it appears that another white person, another young person, was the one who was killed in this particular instance, very much in the same way that Ethan Liming was killed, based on a dispute that they had with Ethan Liming's friends. However, in this particular case, Hutchinson had nothing to do with the people that were exchanging fire. He was just caught in the crossfire, so another reckless homicide has occurred. Deshaun Stafford is involved yet again, and maybe, just maybe, we could finally take it seriously. And again, I want to point out, he was convicted in 2023, sentenced to 18 months for felony assault, because, you know, innocent Beba and Joe Laddins like to knock teenagers out and then stomp them out until they're dead, and that's no big deal. We can't take that seriously. So now this guy was able to kill somebody, again, shortly after that 18-month sentence. He might have even gotten released early, who the hell knows, and we're supposed to pretend like there was nothing we could do, that this is totally normal, that all these different people that are out here grieving for the loss of their friend, who again was just a 25-year-old trying to go out for a nice night at the bar, we have to tell them that, oh, I'm sorry you're so sad, but we needed to give that guy, Stafford, another chance, because, you know, who hasn't stomped somebody to death in a parking lot over a petty dispute over a childhood prank that, again, is annoying? You shouldn't be doing something like that, but obviously does not justify murder. You know, what are we gonna say about this if we didn't give him another chance? Like, you know, sorry, Timothy Hutchinson, successful young man, dressed well, had a nice burgeoning career, a core friend group that you wanted to hang out with. Sad day for you. You don't get to live anymore because Deshaun needed a second chance. Deshaun, we thought, was an innocent Beba Angel Aladdin, the victim of poverty, and honestly, according to some Akron officials, all he did was get street justice, so maybe, just maybe, they didn't even feel like he did anything wrong when he stomped out the 17-year-old Liming, and now, again, somebody else is dead. Somebody else was killed.
Detectives believe Stafford initiated the shooting on West Market Street by firing at Thomas, and that Thomas fired back, striking Hutchinson.
And again, as you just heard right there, and according to all of the reports,
yeah, I got her.
That the guy who initiated the shooting, the felon, by
she
the way,
died from one shot from the ancients, though. Like, completely, immediately died.
And it was the firing back in his direction, the defensive use of a firearm, that ultimately ended up leading to the death of course, Timothy. And of course, this means that this guy is guilty of yet another homicide, because again, if somebody dies during the commission of your felony, that is on you. If you end up trying to murder somebody, they defend themselves and somebody gets caught in the crossfire, whether it's from your bullet or their bullet, in reality, if you are acting criminally in that moment, guess what? It is on you. It is your fault. So yeah, while I'm sure somebody out there is gonna not understand how the law works and not gonna understand what happens when you start breaking the law and somebody dies as a result of that, is gonna say, well, technically, based
why is it going back to
on
MP0 instead of...
based on what is being alleged by the Akron police, it wasn't his bullet that killed this person. So yet again, we have an innocent Beba Angel
Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Fuck my life.
Murder Sean, that in reality, in our
Why is my shit
humble
bugged?
opinions, was just out there trying to feed his starving family.
Lieutenant Murphy says these arrests may help bring some relief to Hutchinson's family tonight.
This is something that we're extremely excited and happy about, to begin the process of helping to restore and bring some justice to this family and help maybe to provide a little bit of closure for them.
Yeah, I'm sorry, there is no justice for this particular family. This guy died as a result of the injustice that was perpetuated by the Akron criminal justice system. These criminals were aided and abetted by the system every step of the way because everyone wanted to minimize this situation where they savagely beat a teenager to death. They looked in the face of his grieving parents and said to themselves, well, no big deal. Honestly, systemic structural racism. Don't be an evil white racist lady who's upset about the murder of your son. We're gonna give him a slap on the wrist and I'm sure it will work out. So yeah, I have no faith at all that they will prosecute this particular case to the fullest extent of the law. And even if they do, even if they get it right the second time, you shouldn't be allowed to stack bodies before eventually law enforcement says, okay, we're gonna intervene. Maybe the first homicide should have been taken seriously. Maybe that could have resolved everything. And when I say maybe, I mean 100%.
She
They
instantly
would have
dies,
tagged this
though.
guy with a manslaughter charge and gotten him 10 years. Guess what? Timothy Hutchinson is still alive. He goes out to the bar, he meets his friends, he hangs out, he goes home. Maybe he has a little bit of a hangover the next day, but instead he caught a bullet because the Akron criminal justice system decided that Deshaun Stafford's life was worth way more than any person he could potentially kill in the future, and I'm absolutely sick of it. Again, this is something that we warn about all the time on this channel. When you don't go after people, when they show you that they have a pattern of violent behavior, when you continuously release them on the streets, they're going to escalate. It's going to get worse, and eventually it's going to cost somebody their lives. And the fact that they didn't do anything after he already took somebody's life is insane in every possible way. I mean, I
Jungle
can't
Map,
call
what's
him
that?
a convicted murderer right now because they didn't even bother to pursue that against him. They were like, okay, just an assault. You know, you just dusted him up a little bit. We're gonna ignore the fact that you again stomped out his chest, and again he had shoe prints all over his body because they just kept hitting him after he was on the ground. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts. I want to know what you guys think about this down in the
Yo,
comments
Cabals, what's
below.
up?
As per usual, if you like this video, show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on my social medias, support me via support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about Ethan Liming's killer killing again. Till next time.
So, Jay, anything interesting happen in the good old US of A this week?
Not at all. I'm so.
I knew. Salutations.
Required level 80. Yeah, I assume it's PoE maps, right? Same diff. First item we've seen of these, though. First time these things drop.
The judge just humiliated Johnny Smalley in court after it was extremely obvious he just kept lying in court and thus committed perjury.
Like Gender's
And this is just
aim.
an insane update revolving the whole Johnny Smalley criminal trial, but this court hearing that we're talking about today is actually a completely separate trial than the main one that we've been covering for roughly a year now.
All right, so we now are about to walk into the Johnny Smalley
Yes, pretty swag.
case. Most people don't know about
Plus
this.
4
We were
to my
lucky
bow
enough
and
to,
crossbow levels.
Get the information
Very
from
nice.
One of the other Korean streamers
who essentially was indicted, and now a bunch of them have to testify, including Johnny Smalley. So this will be interesting to see what happens.
Up until now, nobody knew about this new trial except for the internal circle of the Korean streamers involved. And this is because Johnny pressed charges on another Korean streamer. And the reason Johnny did so was because Johnny showed the deepfake first, and then Youngman found out there was a deepfake of him making out with Hank, Johnny's friend. And obviously he was very upset about it, so he then showed the clip on his stream while he was venting about how he felt like this was disgusting, that this was done without his permission. But that turned out to be a massive mistake for Youngman to do so. And Youngman, he has a good lawyer and a good strategy. But he's currently in prison, and he's coming as a defendant because Johnny filed this charge against Youngman to essentially lower his own sentence because he wants Youngman to drop the charge against him. The goal here is to essentially get some sort of legal settlement. What he's missing, though, is South Korea really wants you to apologize formally. And Youngman has formally apologized to the courts 5 different times by handwritten letters from jail. And Johnny so far hasn't apologized a single time. And the worst part is, Johnny has pleaded not guilty for doing the exact same thing that he's pressing charges against Youngman for doing. Because remember,
I
his
stream
full
every
defense
day.
in the last court date I covered was, I didn't
Every
make them,
damn
I may
day
have
of
just
the week.
distributed them. We know for a fact that Youngman did not make these. All he did was show it on his stream, so he just distributed it. He
And I
didn't
make
them.
YouTube
So
videos.
make it make sense. This is just extremely
YouTube rants.
hypocritical. I really don't think that's going to help his current criminal trial. But once we arrived
Let's
at
be
court, we
honest.
found out that Johnny is
Yeah, I don't have that
pressing
problem.
charges against Youngman for a whole plethora of
I have an
things,
elderly
not
mom
just the
that I have to
deepfakes.
take care
So
of, but that's
obviously,
pretty much it.
deepfakes, we expected that, but the new ones were stalking, which is
Speaking of which,
okay,
what time is
and
it?
assaulting him with a baton.
So this one started with
Oh, it's 23:24. Okay, let me actually go check up on her. Alright? Because it's basically bedtime. So, give me like a couple of minutes. It's a good thing you said something, because I didn't realize it was already nearly midnight. 5 minutes, sorry. But thanks for reminding me. Yeah, dutiful son, duty's done. Okay.
And then they added the baton in like May, and then added stocking in August. Who's the first witness?
Hank's the first witness. So Hank is the first witness.
Hank's the first witness. Thank you. Ramsey playing Ismail
Yeah.
and Big TV.
Okay, those three guys. Very interesting.
Hank's supposed to be the testifier. And Youngman is standing
On the stand.
These are more serious charges.
Yeah.
Second, third, fourth. Of course, he documented everything. He streamed live.
Yeah.
Everything. Still there. Free to go and see.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't have that. Yeah, I don't have that error.
Rich coming from Johnny because
It works
he was
just
the one
fine.
who showed the deepfakes first. While bragging about it, he was the one who live streamed himself stalking the female streamer Natty. And of course, Twiddledee and Tweedledum here were the ones who brought the baton to the fight.
That's a baton. Your Youngman picked my baton.
So, October 22nd, the people who testified were Hank Yu, which is, Johnny's only friend here in Korea, Johnny Somali, or Ramsey Ismail, and Bang TV. Quick lore dump. Bang TV is a Korean IRL streamer who is one of 4 people involved with trying to stop Johnny from harassing the citizens of South Korea for content. This South Korean streamer clip consisted of Dagun, who infamously punched Johnny, Youngman, who is the man involved in the trial right now, but also is currently in prison for throwing cinder blocks through the courthouse windows while Seoul was under martial law on December 3rd, 2024. Clearly that wasn't a great idea. And then you have 2 other streamers by the name of J Company and Bang TV who are currently not wrapped up in any legal trouble. But Bang TV was called as a witness today as he witnessed what happened revolving the alleged baton incident. So we got to court, went into the courtroom, and I was getting ready to make a little sketch, and we found out that Hank and Johnny, they felt
The fact that they're
humiliated
stew,
about the
man, it's so
deepfakes,
annoying.
and they requested privacy for their testimony. They can do this because on this specific trial date, they are the victims.
Oh, we found out that they're in court protection.
Yeah, there is protection. Yeah.
Because you're so scary.
Yeah, basically they want it for the safety and security.
Interesting.
So it's also a good thing you're going to keep them separate.
I know, right?
Yeah.
We'll just watch the show.
Problem is, I'm not doing that much
found out
damage.
that Johnny's actually getting 60,000
Doing egg balls.
testify here. So now the guy actually has an income. 60,000 won is roughly, what is it, like 40 bucks, 50 bucks? All right. Oh boy. Right. Straight to the soju fund. Awful.
But I think the last trial. How many people?
You a cloud chaser for who?
Cloud chaser for who? What do you mean?
Free Israel. Support the IDF.
That's all?
You're an anti-Semite. I'm a Jew, and you are being anti-Semitic.
So, we then had to leave the room, but that was fine because thankfully we're still able to find out exactly what was said regardless. Here's the TLDR of Johnny's testimony from our legal connections. They said, in quote, it was so bad it could have been possible to acquit. He lied countless times. Repeatedly said that he didn't know / didn't remember to things that he clearly / probably knows. He avoided questions about having distributed on YouTube before Youngman, in quote saying, police already verified I didn't make it, and then he fell back on the whole I didn't make it excuse over and over again, because for some reason he really thinks that production versus distribution.
You're a bit late on that, my friends.
He then says that in November, Youngman made false accusations against Johnny. This is why he apparently filed the charge, which also admits transactional nature here. He also falsely claims that Youngman distributed first. He then lied to his lawyer on March 27th and said that both Youngman and Bongbong distributed first. And then he claimed that Youngman leaked his address, but also claimed he didn't know his own address, so he couldn't even confirm that he knew his own address to know that his address was leaked to begin with. Like, the whole situation was apparently just awful. Then to make things even worse for him, he couldn't remember the important details of the assault. And then he says he doesn't remember who brought the baton. That would be because it's very clear that Hank brought it. Then he also said, in quote, the whole thing was so traumatic that I don't remember. And then says it was the scariest day of his life when Youngman found him. He also says that Gino was the only witness of the assault, and then tried to submit video evidence on the spot, which is improper procedure, because this should have been submitted to a prosecutor a long time ago. All evidence needs to be submitted up front. And then he admitted that he said, come find me on both October 28th and October 30th, essentially inviting the Korean streamers to go find him. And then finally, he said he filed charges against 1 or 2 other people and mentioned Dagon, but not Bongbong. So that's kind of interesting, because why would he say 1 or 2? Because we know he filed them against Dagon, but maybe the ones who tried to file against Bongbong were not successful. Who knows though? We're gonna find out in a few days. And then to make things even worse for Johnny, the judge apparently told him multiple times that his story just didn't add up. And then kept asking questions Johnny didn't want to answer, because that would just make things worse for him.
Oh, Hank's fire.
That was
I remember
massive
this.
train wreck. But here's the notes from Hank's
Fire skills.
testimony.
Oh, this is
So
really
Hank
good
says
for
he didn't know who Youngman is, but accused him of creating deepfakes. He then also asked the judge
Hydra.
why it took a month for him to sue, and then told the judge that the Korean law isn't fair to Johnny, so he doesn't trust the Korean criminal system, and thus thinks the case is not serious. Because obviously that's extremely relevant information when you're testifying. Like, dude, nobody cares what you think about Korean law. You're here to testify about this case. Get on with it. He also didn't give a straight answer when it came to the production of the deepfakes, and then stated that he had a desire to reach a settlement and essentially wants money. Which, you know, makes sense, because it's not like Johnny is a cheap person to be harboring. And then he admits that he's only in this case because of Johnny.
We're in hell.
And then said, in quote, if Ramsey doesn't want to press charges, then I don't want to either. So that's interesting. You know, Tweedledee and Tweedledum, they did their thing. And it actually seems like it kind of worked out for them in the short term, because they also kind of kneecap themselves by doing this. But then they called Bang TV to the stand, and here he says that Youngman showed the deepfake to explain to viewers the crime committed against him. He then confirms that Johnny attempted to flee
I should max this out, right?
after he was attacked. And then on October 28th, he challenged YouTubers to come find him, which obviously mitigates the accusation of stalking. And then he told the court why this group of streamers were actually tracking down Johnny. Because Johnny was harassing elderly, the Statue of Peace, he was trashing Korea, and he was treating
Critical
Koreans
strike?
like
I thought you only put
animals.
1
He
point in
explained
it.
that he never saw Youngman hit Johnny with a baton and saw no injury to Johnny. And when it comes to the deepfakes, he thinks that Johnny produced them, but knows for a fact that Johnny distributed them first. And our legal connections believe that the case
In
against
FL?
Youngman was crumbling, because the deepfake had circumstances similar to Bongbong. Because
What's wrong with
Johnny
Florida?
seemed very malicious by showing the deepfakes. Both Bongbong and Youngman were like, what is this? This is awful. Why is this a thing? Then for the stalking, Johnny said, come find me, which is a massive contradiction when, you know, he's claiming he's being stalked. And then for the assault, Johnny couldn't remember details. He failed to properly submit video evidence, and then they were the ones who brought the baton. So overall, it's an extremely weak case. But then the court called Johnny and Hank back to reach a settlement, because Johnny wants mutual withdrawal of charges, and Hank then backs down from demanding money. And Johnny says that he's willing to put this all behind us. And this is where they ended up settling this case, which ended up being a win for both parties in this particular trial. I even have the translated text of the initial settlement here, where the agreement says, all their names, do not wish to pursue punishment for all criminal cases that have occurred between them. Obviously, this must be formalized to go into effect, but there's nothing really stopping this to do so. And we heard one legal opinion that Hank and Youngmong will still have to testify next week, but the odds of that happening are probably going to be pretty low. This is because in the last trial, he ended up pleading guilty when it came to the Lotte World incident, and then they ended up canceling the witness they had from Lotte World that was going to testify against him. But as of right now, Johnny is facing 2 deepfake charges, which are heavy-hitting charges, carrying a max of 7 years in prison for each charge. But with one of them being dropped, that's definitely a big win for him. But in doing so, though, he did commit perjury. So that could be a very nasty trade-off for him, which can heavily backfire. Because now he's openly shown that he will happily lie to a judge. For Youngman, though, it absolutely does not make sense to risk fighting this case because he's already in prison. And all of those charges that Johnny tacked onto him could easily add a decade if he was actually convicted for all of this. And let's be real, risking a decade in prison to stick it to Johnny is absolutely not worth it. So trading 3 charges for 1 is definitely a big win for Youngman. But as of now, we don't know of Bong Bong having any deepfake charges pressed against her. So for now, Johnny doesn't have the same leverage against Bong Bong as he did on Youngman. So my understanding is he's facing a max sentence of 12 years.
That makes no sense.
Based on these charges. Even after removing
the devil is Lord of Hell. A place known as Eternal Hellfire. Why would he go to somewhere hot? He'd more likely go to somewhere like the UK, where it rains all the time. But it's still not as cold as, say, the Arctic, where it would be uncomfortable. You gotta think about these things, man. Like, that makes no sense. Wait, I don't have dodge yet. Whoops. Well, the 20% chance of dodging now is also gonna help. Because before I had 0% and I didn't realize. I thought I had every single point already in the passes, but apparently I didn't have dodge yet. Oops. Smart. Okay. Where the fuck I want to kill myself? I left the fate on the ground. I think I left the fate on the ground. I left it on the ground. Wow. I noticed an hour later. Oh my god. Okay, that makes me just want to stop playing for now. Fuck my life. Oh. It's way too late. No, it definitely isn't. It's like 2 or 3 games ago. Fuck! I feel worse about it because it was a gift as well, right? Like, fucking hell, dude. Like, I was going through everything and I left it on the ground for last. And now I just realized, like, where the fuck is it? Apparently I didn't pick it up. But everything was gone. Like, there was no boxes. I picked up everything. And I definitely didn't sell it. So I don't know what the fuck. But it's not in my stash. So, ergo, unless the game like magically disappeared it, which I don't think happens, I left it on the ground. That's really dumb. Like, I feel more embarrassed, right? Because you gave it to me and then I fucking leave it on the ground. What the fuck? Feels bad, man. Wow.
One VPIG charge, he's still facing a max sentence of 12 years. Although his minimum sentence has definitely been
like, I'm honestly more annoyed.
This just made this court case way more
because
interesting.
it was a gift then, because I can make it eventually, right?
Johnny finally locked in. Essentially, Johnny is playing
no
a soccer match.
big deal, quote unquote. But it is because you gave it to me and then I left it on the ground. That's so rude.
He did the lean forward and locked in mode. And now, he definitely has a long uphill battle to see if he can get some freedom here. But I am definitely looking forward to seeing Bong Bong testifying in the next couple of days. But since I was kicked out of this courtroom, I wasn't able to make a court sketch. And last time I made one, I was kind of blown out of the water by how many of you guys actually wanted my sketch, as it was bid up for like $500 on eBay. I literally thought it was going to go for like 20 bucks, because that's what I said in my last video. But if you want my original court sketch that started all of this from the original trial of John, which was never sold before, I've made prints available here, right here at this link for $20. So since last time I was like, oh, you can get it for $20, now you can actually get it for 20 bucks. At the top of the link description down below. So get them while you can, because I'll be removing them forever soon. And we also dropped a brand new Halloween 2025 collection on Matt.City, which is also limited, and many more cities and states, including Seoul. I actually have Seoul right here. Including Seoul! Obviously I'm biased, but I think they came out really cool. And obviously we also have large mouse mats that cover the entire desk if you want so, or just small ones you can bring around with your laptop. You can also check those out down below as well. And thank you guys so much for the support, as I'm just forever grateful to be able to travel across the world just to make some goofy videos for you guys. But other than that, I'll see you guys in the next video, which is probably coming out in like 12 hours. Peace.
I feel bad for this guy because it doesn't matter how good of a job he does as Geralt.
I forgot how big the jump was from my nightmare to hell. Jeez. That was close. I feel like I should put some stat points in vitality. Like, 400 health is not that much. I should be right around 1,000, right? Total. I am like 40 levels away from the tippity top, but... I ain't got enough stat points for any of this shit, dude. Like, fuck.
Yes?
So wait. Who said something about a Valkyrie rune word? I was lamenting about the fate at the time. I don't know what that means.
I hear foul creatures about.
Right now I'm using Ice Blink still. Three socket chest, shell tool arm. I think I have all of those. It's just about what I was wearing. I have better. Actually, I think I can have a better one anyway. But that's like 700. 700 armor, I think. Is it one in? I forgot. It's one of the set chests. You want out? I give you 5 minutes before scratching at the door again. Don't look at me like that. You know it's true. Give me a second. Cats. Hundreds? I have 112 magic find. Could be worse, could be better. Sorry? Well, what just? Sorry, I was spaced out. I was in my own little world there. In my own little world there for a second. Oh. Oh yeah, peace. pretty shitty though. It's from late normal. I gotta sell all these.
Hello.
How do I get these things? These things? Okay. You can't make them? Because I can make everything else right up until these guys.
Good day to you, partner. I'm Geed, and I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp. A spare weapon, some gold, a small gem is all I want in exchange for the equipment you'll need on whatever quest you might undertake. No, don't be shy. All of my items are guaranteed for life and come with a 2-day warranty.
Oh, I see. Oh, expensive. Bro, I gotta stop dying. I've lost like 3 million. Just off of dying.
What you need?
It's kind of annoying. Actually, it's very annoying. I wish you didn't lose so much, right? It's like, what, 20%? It's a lot, man. Seriously? Oh, now you tell me. You could tell me that before I lost 3 million. Damn it. This is more damage, but this has IAs. Let's have a look. See what's best. $158? Wow, I'm never gonna be able to equip that. It's for assassin, that's why. Eight? That's new. Fucking hell. How do I read this? How do I know where I'm at? Like, am I at 66? Because it says 10. Do I add 10? Or... Huh. Oh, here we go. 60. 80. Okay. Found it. It's right there. We need 89. Ironically, it's worse than what I've got. I knew it would take 5 minutes. Although the open wounds, I don't know how that comes into the equation. Oh, look at... In, out. Never mind. Now what? So walk goes down, life leech goes down, mana leech goes down. Slightly more attack rating. Slightly more IAS, but it doesn't reach the breakpoint, so it doesn't really matter. Less added damage overall. It's the open wounds one that really the only change. These were cheap. Yeah. Yeah, it's 169 to 269. It's really nice. Plus, it has mana and life leech. Because it also has 22% enhanced damage, right? Was it? Is that good, Deadly Strike? I don't know anybody. Is that a thing in Diablo 2? I really don't remember Deadly Strike being a thing. I guess it was. Like it's full damage, obviously. Keep it for now. Oh, shit. The downside. Oh. Why do you always do that? Yo. Oh no, it's only 50. The 20% FCR would be good for the Merc. Man, it has literally every single resistance. Minus physical, but... Like, we don't have that, right? That's what I mean. Oh, every time. I didn't notice he was immune to physical. Oh damn. Bro, Magic Arrow is way better than you would give it credit for, man. Let me guess. Okay. I was about to say, let me guess, one monster remaining? It's three. It's three. They're probably here.
Perhaps now the sisters will trust me.
They should trust me. I'm one of them.
You have greetings.
Well, 29. You know what? I'm gonna keep this for like a...
Well,
It's a pretty good breastplate. I'm keeping way too much shit, dude. I know I am. It's just something I do. Bro, Blood Raven's gonna murk me, dude. Fuck my life. Bro, how is Guided Arrow so low on damage compared to Magic Arrow, dude? What the fuck? Apparently Guided Arrow is still shit. Magic Arrow's pretty good, bro. What the hell? The 5% as helps as well, right? It's 50 extra damage. Actually, 100. Wishy wash. Watch me choose the wrong direction. I fucking hate my life. Unbelievable. Why do I know, bro? I should have just turned around the moment I said it. Right? Unbelievable.
The Sisterhood welcomes you.
Oh, fuck. Wait, I do have it. I have got enough gold.
The Order welcomes you.
I still don't. The downside. I should leave like 100k in the personal.
I sense great sorrow and misery.
Oh. Damage.
My army will destroy.
No, what the fuck, bro? I was clicking. Bro, this game is so buggy sometimes, dude. It drives me up the fucking wall. It's New Game Plus Plus. We're in hell. The hardest difficulty mode. And I didn't fucking... Wait, what does this mean? Sorry, what does this mean? Not that I can help it, because I'm just a poor little hell and don't have any access to that area, but... That sounded like...
Yes?
I forgot what they're called. Is it the Ubers? Yeah, I mean New Game Plus Plus, so it goes normal, nightmare, hell, and we're in hell right now. Ah, okay. Gotcha. And we just got to hell, and hell is brutal, I might add. Like, look at my resistances. Ow. This is why I die quickly.
I sense great sorrow.
This guy's hurt. Not much I can do when the game lags me out. Son of a cunt. Bullshit.
All who oppose me,
beware.
Beware.
Die.
Time to die. Die.
Die so I can bring you back. Oh. There. How did he die? Love Skellymancers. Best class in the game. What? I'm not sure what that means.
I sense death within this place.
Oh, I see. It's kind of random.
Time to die. Die.
See, this is the way to game. You just walk somewhere and then you let your minions kill everything. Perfect. I don't even have to click. It's great. Occasionally I bitch slap a shaman. It's fantastic. Like literal bitch slap, right? Because I don't do any damage. Right? Necromancer is great. True. But my love for Boazons, man. I generally do Scallymancer with Corpse Explosion, yeah. You only stick 1 point in Scallymancer, right? In Skeletons, you go for mages? Or it's been so long? Honestly, what I really want is just flood the screen with minions. Just because you were a bitch, you get turned into a skeleton.
Is that enough to earn the rogue's trust?
You can have more than one now? No way. Is that a thing? No. Is that new? Skeletal archers. That's new. I've never. No, that's not in the. That's. I don't remember that at all. That's cool.
You have claimed good day.
Might as well keep that.
Welcome, my.
Interesting. That's new. How many points do I get total? Like I get 1 each level up, so technically that's even. Realistically, let's say 80. I get 1 from each din, 83. I get 1 from Izuel, so 86. One from Redmond, 89. Wait, what's the 4th one from? Redmond, Izuel, Den of Evil? What's the 4th one? Oh, you get 2 from Izuel. Okay, I wasn't sure about that. Okay. Okay, so at level 80, you can have, realistically, you will have 92 skill points. $20, 40, 60, 80, 100. And then I have nothing else, which is not good. So, realistically, 20, 40. I can get away with plus skills on, well, on more. Were you still shit? I remember back in the day, the warriors were, you had maybe like 1 or 2 in the front line because they die instantly, right? They're kind of garbage. Is that still a thing? Because if it is, we could do 20, 40, 60, 80. Then we'll have a fuck ton of ranged skeletons. Then I have 12 points. 1, 2. Five, 6. That's pretty much it. Oh, no. 7, 8, 9. So I still have 3 points left. Okay, we'll see. We'll just take amp damage now. That F2. Self on amp damage. Whoa, okay. That is way bigger than it used to be. I expected like this little, right? Oh yeah. Oh, I never bought it.
Good evening.
The whole reason I moved the money over. I of course don't have the cube yet. Shit. Dun, dun, dun. I have to start picking shit back up. Sort of. Oh, whoops. Wait, what a pick up. Teleport? What the fuck was that? That was random. Could have used that just now.
This tree shines with inner spirits. I need mana.
Ah, very good. Hello.
It's a rough night, man. It's been a bit of lag.
All that's left of proud Tristram are ghosts and
Deckard Cain.
Azotop regrettably. Stay a while and listen.
You have risked your life. Greetings.
All right. God, we just. Oh, I am good. I blasted through Nightmare. That was nice. Oh. With the Amazon, obviously. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest, I got annoyed when the game basically killed me You know, I was just standing there, right? It just lagged and then I was dead. What the fuck? It's been a bit of a mixed bag today. I'm gonna be honest, that quite annoyed me. I'm gonna swap over to Farthest Frontier for like an hour or two still. It's like a city builder, ye oldie, kind of like Manor Lords, I suppose. But it came out of early access yesterday. I was gonna say today, no, yesterday. And I have not played it since it came into early access in 2022. And I quite liked it back then, because I've got 25 hours in it. So I'm hopeful that it is now vastly expanded. We're about to find out. I'm gonna make my own Tristram. Nice. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Yeah, see, we played a little bit. I got up to 550 apparently in year 36. I remember this game being quite difficult. So this will be interesting because I don't remember anything else. Right? Game's hard. I'm definitely starting on scrub mode.
Life can be harsh everywhere. But in the old world, there was no hope of it ever improving. When our crops failed, the ruling class would still collect the same share, leaving our children to starve. And if we had any coin to our name, the taxman would appear, demanding it for the crown. The nobles hid behind the safety of their walls and did nothing when raiders pillaged the outskirts of the city. And so, some of us decided that it was time to leave, that we'd rather take our chances in the wilderness, seeking the promise of a new land, than starve to death in our homeland. The journey wasn't easy. We lost many along the way. But this wild, unsettled land offers us the hope of a new start as the masters of our own destiny.
I remember getting murdered the first time around. Like bandits attacked and I had nothing. Survey the land your villagers have explored and choose a promising site to construct your town center. It's important to choose a location that's near the resources you'll need to build a successful settlement. Things like clay, iron ore, and potential food sources. Pause. Try pause. Cannot pause. Okay, let me think, right? Because the town center is gonna go... I do remember you have to build walls and shit, but you cannot build walls around everything, it's just not feasible. So I'm gonna need to like have like a little core group that I build the thing around. Means this is important. That's gonna be nice. How's the water bonus? Fertility's pretty shit here. It's pretty decent everywhere else. Here it's terrible. Yeah, I'm gonna place it like here. I assume we can break up the rocks rather quickly. There's fish here though. Near fish. Let's place it here. Is that like foraging resource? I start right next to a raider camp. Warning, raider camp nearby. Wow, okay, didn't know. We can't go there. There's fish here too. No, but yeah. No, but yes. It's been a long time. Holy crap. Doesn't really matter what is built for.
What is it?
I shouldn't have made them chop the trees. Oh no, I needed them to chop the trees down. We don't have wood. Weird. That's weird. Okay. Okay, there we go. Why do I not have audio though? That's annoying. I can make it keep 60 FPS when I alt tab, but I can't make it keep the audio. That's really dumb. Bro, I know. Oh, it's please loop. Never mind. So I assume this is... gets bigger, right? How do I rotate the... in... My dude is chopping the wrong guy. The tree, not the man. The fuck, bro? The hell? Why would it not automatically connect? Okay, we'll have one extra house because it's 4 per house apparently. I don't think the adolescents can't. No, they do can't. 12. But they're all fit to work. Perfect. Okay. Child labor. Wonderful. Sorry, what does that mean? Oh, no firewood. Okay, I don't know why the fuck did the desirability thing pop up? Like, I know, we played it before. Yeah, it does have like some production lines, but it's way. It's more like Manor Lords. Or Manor Lords is more like this, I suppose. So we don't have firewood. We need something to. Yeah, we played it back in the day when it came out in 2022, but it went out of it. Wait, it's 1.0 now since yesterday. Oh fuck. I'm not entirely sure anymore what I'm supposed to be doing. It's been 3 years. Ah, crap. Oh, delete something? Hopefully the Rome anno doesn't disappoint. Quite looking forward to that one. How do I get stone? Yep. Just harvest it. Gotcha. Bro, you hear about the Japanese Prime Minister? The new one? The first female Prime Minister? Retards on the internet are losing their minds. Oh, female Hitler! Fuck off, dude. Like, this is why nobody takes you seriously, you know? And retard. Believable, these people. Oh no. Someone's already gonna die. Okay, we chased it away. Good. Good. Be gone from me, demon! Until this is built, then come back so I can kill you for food. Deal? That's a good deal. I take that deal. You take that deal? Damn good deal. Okay, I have firewood, I have food eventually. Water, we're working on that now. That's it. Start. I'm gonna walk downstairs to grab a bottle of Coke because I'm out. I'm also gonna grab the... not grab, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Now, guaranteed, I'm gonna fail on this one, so I'm just gonna figure out somehow. Eventually. Eventually something will happen and they'll kill us. And we're more armed for next game. In terms of like layout and stuff. Because right now I have no idea. In 3 years, I honestly have no idea. If this was Anno, I'd be like OCDing already, right? Like planting the farms perfectly and shit. Because I played Anno like a million times. But this is the first time since 3 years. So it's gonna look like a miss, alright? Forewarning! It's gonna look terrible. But it's supposed to. I just hope I'm not dead by the time I come back. Wish me luck. Shit. When did that pop up? Stops time? Yeah, okay. Box. Oh. Bro, it's getting cold, man. Where do I see my supply of food? Wait, it's 12. Whoa. Okay. It's bigger than it used to be. Whoa, I have no fucking idea, dude. Holy shit. Wow. Well, that one, obviously. Or generation. Yeah, obviously. It'd be nuts not to take that first. I'm honestly confused as to where I'm supposed to place this. Because the things are here, but it's all over the... Because it's the purple shit, no? I'm so confused. Quick, exquisite! Shoot him! Call of the Wild reference. 23 out of 28. I have one more house empty then, because it's 4 per house. You can relocate. Okay, I didn't need to, like... didn't realize. It's gonna leave. May? That's funny. It's like this game knows me, bro. Although I use mailing. Salvage. Wait, what? I fucked up already? Did fuck up. Oh my god, I never even noticed. I added like... Oh. Cannot. Got lucky.
Twitch has come out and made a statement about the situation that happened at TwitchCon. Y'all ready for this?
It's a terrible statement.
Let's read it. First, I want to be upfront and take accountability for the security incident that occurred during Emeru's meet and greet. It shouldn't have occurred, it shouldn't have happened, and we take that very seriously. We failed both in allowing it to occur and in our response following. We mismanaged our communications about the incident, and that includes the comments I made. I apologize to Emeru for all that took place. Yep, you did. That's true. What are we doing going forward? For meet and greets, we've begun a complete analysis of the incident that took place, as well as other issues that have come to our attention after TwitchCon concluded. We're examining everything from how we do signups to the layout to increased security controls. We're also doing a comprehensive review of the event safety and security, and we'll be making updates
Why did it look so
to
different?
TwitchCons. While we won't be sharing all those security updates for privacy and safety reasons, that's smart.
You know what?
Actually,
I don't give a
That's
fuck.
the first smart thing they've ever done. For privacy and safety reasons, we will keep our community informed about changes that directly impact attendees. We've heard your concerns about IRL streaming at TwitchCon. Oh, we read the co-tweet. Twitch has evolved over many years. IRL streaming has a part of Twitch, but we need to ensure that TwitchCon meets the needs of a variety of participants. We will be reviewing how we handle IRL streaming at TwitchCon, and we'll have more to share soon. Finally, we got clear feedback on accessibility across the event. We're reviewing that. Oh, there was a guy that was in a wheelchair and he didn't have a ramp to go up to like some fucking tournament thing, which was kind of embarrassing, right? And I mean, it's not a big deal. You just carry the guy, right? I mean, who gives a fuck, right? Just lift the fucker up. But like, you know, in general, it's definitely something that he shouldn't have to think about, right? It's embarrassing to have to do that. And but that's it.
Okay, we do the chop because I am like,
I mean, that's
my
it.
food is going.
Yeah, chairs are 500 kilograms. No, people can do that. That's too bad. You get 2 guys, and yeah, you just lift them up, carry his ass up there, bro. Like, yeah, he ain't got no legs. It doesn't mean he can't be up there and playing the game. And what's this? Finally, we got clear feedback on accessibility. We're reviewing with our teams. You've put a lot of trust in us by attending TwitchCon, and we take our responsibility to keep you safe very seriously. We know that TwitchCon means a lot to a lot of people, and it means a lot to us. Be on the lookout for more updates, and thanks for being part of Twitch. From Dan Clancy. Oh, God. No. This is right after the statement, too? Here we go. All right. Let's get it. Let's see it. What's he saying?
Not have this problem of radicalization on Twitch. It's a public forum. We don't have these private groups. One way to think of it is, if you really view this from a honest and sincere perspective, these things are trying to get information. And to be honest, they probably don't know that much about Twitch. Right? They're not Twitch users. So I feel really good that we have in terms of them trying to understand this land.
Okay, done.
All they need to do is
How do I
play
make
the
them
games.
resupply the wood?
That's all they have to do.
Like automatically.
You're seeing what we call scapegoats. Okay. If people don't know about Twitch at all, right? And the one clip they see is the son saying some wild shit, they will say, this is what Twitch is. And I know it sucks.
We would get banned instantly, LOL.
I know it sucks.
Yep.
To give the short end of the stick. Yo, even I was in that position when back in
It's a Better Call Saul? Yeah, exactly. That's what I said before.
That. I'm not a zero company, right? But I
That's lucky. It's
understand
the exact size.
So, when somebody big, some crazy shit, you say, no, we don't do this shit here.
Yeah,
Boom.
exactly. And they do let it happen. And that's why it's so bad. I think that you definitely have, I mean, yeah, there's like the gifts from, so I'll read the comments. We'll read the comments, we'll read what people are saying, okay? Because like to me, I'm kind of torn on this because it's like, okay, well, you did basically say you fucked up, which is what you should have said at the beginning. And, you know, I don't know why they lied about it. There's other parts of this that I think are like, I mean, the public does not know the whole story about this, right? I mean, I know people have criticized me a lot recently for like vague posting about stuff. And so like, I don't really want to bait and do a lot of that, but I do want to say that,
okay,
it definitely is worse behind the scenes than it is in front of the scenes. It's worse behind the curtain than in front.
Still have no fish.
That's it. And let it boil. I mean, I can't say anything, but yeah.
There he is.
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah. Worse for who? I mean, I guess like just like the way they treated the situation. Yeah, they treated the situation even worse than this. But there's parts of this that are not communicated. They're not public. But anyway, so they should apologize for covering this up. Yeah. Anyway, as I said, people were unhappy that I vague post a lot with this stuff, so I'm not gonna. I don't want to like start baiting.
I don't want
to
get this down, right? Because this is where I'm hunting.
I hear the feedback. I get it. My point is, let me just move on and look at a few more of these here. Time will tell if they've made any changes. Yeah, no doubt. And so they still haven't addressed the sexual assault stuff. Yeah. And so,
what is this?
Like, this is what's crazy about it, is that there have been 3 instances of sexual assault that have happened. Like, there was the instance with that Saeed guy, with that that Nina girl and her friend, like her like weird thought retard friend that was twerking on him. And then there was also the issue with NMP, LOL, and Wake Wilder last year. And so, like, I think really Twitch, you know, I said it in, like, I made a pretty long post about this. And I said, basically, Twitch doesn't care about sexual assault. They care about the optics of sexual assault. And I think I still believe that. Honestly, I still do, even about this. I think that if the optics weren't as bad, they would have never made this post. Like, in a way, like, I think this is not a bad post. but it's also not a good post either. Like, it's just like, this is a, you know, a solid B. And so we'll hear Twitch from response. Yeah, that's the same Zoe that Soluminati spoke out against. Of course. I mean, and also, like, by the way, like, actually, I need to make that video. I really do. I need to make that video and talk about it before, you know,
Never mind, sorry. I take it back.
So, yeah.
I'm a retard.
I don't think so, no. It's a saving their ass post. Yeah. And why would the staff force VTubers to unmask? Like, I guess I should just...
Already making a storehouse? I think I need to research.
Why do VTubers have to unmask?
Oh, I just need a storage.
In public places. Public locations. Why are there people on your site still? Sexual assault. Actually, like, I'm not really sure how I would type this. Let me think about this. There's the gift situation. Yeah. Why would you throw away VTuber gifts? You thought they were bombs? Better put them in the trash can. That'll save everybody. I mean, like, there's definitely that. I mean, throw them away. Yeah, why'd you throw away VTuber gifts? You thought they were bombs? Like, I mean, because it's just a really, it's just.
It'll win away because winter. It's already winter. Oh my god.
It's so dumb. Like, I honestly, like, the more I think about it, the more it makes me mad. Why put a bomb in the trash? Yeah. Yeah. We're staff and instructed to throw things. I don't even, bro. I don't even know if I want to type all this shit. Like, it's just, it's so, there's so many of these questions. I don't think that I can do this in a concise way without, like, really thinking about it for, like, fucking 10 minutes to type it all out. But it's just so annoying that it happens. Just don't. Like, I'm just not even gonna do it, bro. Like, it's such a waste of fucking time. Like, you gotta word it better. Yeah, I've gotta think about it more and maybe word it better. But overall, like, let me just go ahead. I'm gonna give my response to this just in general, right? So Twitch totally fucked up with TwitchCon. I don't think you guys should do TwitchCon anymore. I'm gonna be honest. I think TwitchCon is just a breeding ground for a bunch of weird fucking freaks to come and meet streamers. You know that there is radicalization on your platform. I mean, Dan knows that. If you don't know that, you're either lying or incompetent. In both cases, you shouldn't be. You should not. Like, if you don't realize why there's radicalization on your platform and what that is, like, you really...
I literally built on the most fertile ground I did.
Either way, somebody like that should not have that job. So I think Dan has been very...
Why do I do this to
Dan
myself?
At the beginning. I still do like Dan as a person, but I think that as a CEO, he really just hasn't done his job in a good way. Like, you've had the viewers and the amount of people that are on the platform go down dramatically. You've had the content quality, I think, go down dramatically. You've deteriorated the product by over-injecting it with ads.
Okay.
You've incentivized their own users to effectively make a Faustian pact with you in order to run 12 minutes of ads an hour in order to make money. And then it causes them to kill their stream and then alienate people and make them go watch on other platforms. You do TwitchCon and you force people that are doing events into doing a meet and greet also. That has to come as a package deal. This was something that was true. I don't know about Senna's situation, but I do know about Emmy's. It absolutely was true. And so why are you forcing a person to stay at a meet and greet whenever you realize that there's so many security problems that people have and so many issues that they have? On top of that, why is it that you took VTubers' gifts? Like, I mean, there's like two levels to this. Number one, it means you didn't check the bags in order to make sure that they had issues or problems in them, something wrong with them at all, right? Because, like, basically, in order to give a VTuber a gift, you would have had to have been inside the venue, naturally, right? So that means that you allowed people to potentially bring bombs, weapons, knives, poison, or anything else inside of the venue without proper checking.
Oh, I should have built a market in the place I built a farm.
Disposed of those items, did you
Maybe I can
do
still
it in
change
a way
it.
that was actually safe in the accordance of the way that you're supposed to dispose of things that could be explosive, dangerous,
I have no
poisonous,
idea,
or
I
in one
think.
way or another bad for you? I don't think that you did that either. So basically, you have people bringing in things that you think could be a
Nothing
bomb,
right now.
and you're throwing it into the garbage.
Oh, yeah,
can.
she's
You're
already
just
building the
throwing it in
road
the
and stuff.
garbage. It's ridiculous. So, oh, put that bomb in the bomb pile. Like, I don't think that's a very good way to do
I can't even build a
things.
market yet.
So there's definitely that. They were not even disposed of properly. And then this is after the staff had taken the gifts from the people that had wanted to give them to the VTubers. They'd taken the gifts and they had thrown them away, telling the people that were giving the gifts that they would be given to the VTuber. If anything, the gifts should have been returned to the individuals and they should have been put in a certain place. And you should have said, describe your gift. We have them in a separate area. And if your description matches what one of the gifts is, we will return it back to you. That's what you should have done. You didn't do that because it would have taken more work. It would have taken more time. Like, how do you figure this out? Because it takes 3 seconds. It takes 3 seconds to figure this out. And number 2, a VTuber had air tags to dox the streamers. Maybe they were advised to just throw everything away because of the incident. If they had air tags in order to dox the streamers, they could have done a number of things to avoid that. They could have done scanners in order to detect metal inside of the different items if they were worried about air tags specifically, or other types of scanners that would detect technology, the same as TSA has. There's plenty of handheld technology that can do that.
How do I speed up?
Then on top of that, you could have also told them ahead of
I do
time
not-
that we're
there we
not
go.
accepting these types of gifts because they could have air tags in them. So this is common security, right? And yeah, true.
Stupid
X-ray
winner.
scanning, yeah, and it's not their concern too. Yeah, and it is, but
Everyone's trying not to die right
then
now.
you have that as well. Then you also have VTubers, like being a
I get it.
VTuber. Oh, I wonder why girls want to be VTubers. I don't know. Maybe you should ask Imaru. Like, it's very obvious why girls want to be VTubers. Some of them don't like, they're unconfident about their appearance. Other ones, it's because of privacy. Other ones, they don't want to do their makeup every day. I don't care what the reason is. But for all of them, one of the core concerns is absolutely privacy. So whenever you have people that are coming to your event in order to promote your event and to promote your company and to sell tickets for your event, they're not getting any sales of those tickets, right? You're paying them maybe like a few $1,000s. I mean, I'm not going to say what the numbers are, but probably a few $1,000s to do this at the most. And you want them to dox themselves in front of everybody that would recognize them immediately because it's like, everybody there probably would know who you are more than anywhere else. So you're asking somebody to unmask themselves. Basically, you're endangering people by doing that. And this is a company. Sorry,
I have both.
I've been
I have a
monologuing for
stock
so long. I just
yarn.
turned off the audio, and it went to sleep. So. You
That's
did
bullshit.
this here, and 2
It's not the
options:
same thing.
blanket no gifts policy, or be able to check the gifts correctly and dispose them correctly. Exactly, yes. And if I was Twitch, you know what my policy would be? No
What's the
gifts.
difference?
No gifts, because you need to have TSA clearance for this. You need to have all kinds of other things. Do you remember whenever I said when I used to do PO box unboxings that I said that nothing that you will ever give me will ever enter my body for any reason, no matter what, with no restrictions? No exceptions at all. And that's always been my policy, because I know what can happen. I know this, because even a very small amount of something can be dangerous, and that's just it. It's just common sense. There's too many security breaches that are happening. No bags, provide water for free inside. Well, you could have a clear bag policy. You could do that also. You could have a search policy. You could have an X-ray thing that you have to walk through. But like, that's all additional stuff. And then you also have as well, then you have like these meta level issues that are existing on Twitch, like things like, for example, you have people that
Why do
are
I think it's Z to-
extremism, and actually, like, you had multiple streamers on your platform that are partnered streamers on your platform right now at this very moment on this day while you're making the statement.
Oh,
that
this is
have
a real
made
when down in the
statements
dumps
that
and
were
shit.
alluding to or threatening or directly implying physical violence at your own company event. How is it that you as a company are not taking due diligence to remove people that are making active threats on your platform for getting in a fight at your event? It's a joke. It's honestly a joke. And even whenever
but
E-Rob
it
got
does-
banned
where do I
for
find the
30
policies?
days, I remember I said, like, listen, yeah, it's dumb that they did that, but they had to do that for liability reasons. How is it that E-Rob gets banned for 30 days because he's fucking around telling a viewer he's going to beat them up at TwitchCon, but at the same time, somebody doesn't get banned at all whenever they're a partner streamer telling another partner streamer, previously partner streamer, it's Destiny, telling them they would kill them at TwitchCon or beat them up at TwitchCon. There's no moral North Star. There's no principle to any of this.
No idea.
It's just blind reactionary thinking and PR speak in order to protect a brand. This is a soulless. I think this it frustrates me so much. It does. It really frustrates me. And this is also at the same time that you never made a statement last year about Wake and Nick being sexually assaulted. You never made that statement, and the reason you didn't make it is because it wasn't popular and they were men. That's the reason why you didn't make it. You don't give a fuck about sexual assault, because if you did, you would have also banned that Nina chick for sexually holding down a guy while her friend twerks on him after the guy said himself, personally, I felt very uncomfortable for this. You have people that participated in and were accessories to sexual assault that are streaming on your platform right now that you've had no punishments for ever. You didn't do anything about it. And you haven't done anything about it. This is a video. I'm gonna put out a whole video about this. I thought it was fake. He didn't think it was fake. They only care about optics. Is that, sorry, it's an update. That's me, not you. Sorry about that. Nina, apologize? No, this isn't, sexual assault isn't something you apologize for and you don't get banned for. No, you get banned for sexual assault. Like, this is not even a question. It's on
Zero
camera.
tolerance.
It's on
policy.
camera. You get banned for sexual. What are we even doing here? What are we talking about? Yeah, I mean, really. Like, I mean, and ask yourself the question. If me and another guy held a girl down I held a girl down while another guy did something to her that was sexual, I wouldn't be banned. I'd be in jail. That's the truth. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. It's disgusting. And they had made a big statement about it and everything. She didn't apologize initially. She downplayed it and then tried to play victim to the guy. I know that. That's why we'll make the video and we'll talk about it. And I think that really...
This is actually something, for once, I know nothing about.
It's totally fucking retarded.
I've seen the clip
know what you're doing.
floating around Reddit
You have no idea
recently,
what you're doing.
but I don't know anything about the actual story.
If there's anybody that thinks that that's not true,
uncharacteristically, I know.
Every single observable metric that quantitatively evaluates the performance of Twitch has been trending downward for over a year. In every single way, you are failing. Dan goes out and goes to influencer parties the day that Emmy gets assaulted at her meet and greet. That night, he's doing it. It's ridiculous. I'm not implying he's doing anything weird. I would never imply that. But if you showed a normal person all of the things and all of the clips, it would look really bad. But this is what I think happened. This is my honest opinion of the reason why I think Twitch is in the situation that it's in now. I think Dan Clancy is your lazy, typical Austin liberal. How do I know that? Because it takes one to know one. I think that he has probably the same policy on making a lot of decisions that I do, where it's, I'm just gonna let people make their own decisions and I'm gonna be hands off and just kind of do my own thing and just, kind of, basically make decisions if they need me to, but otherwise let people run things themselves.
We'll pause it here, because I actually think he's 100% right. I think the boss is super lazy and doesn't give a fuck, which in turn makes the employees below him super lazy and not give a fuck. So when the Emiru thing happened, and he tweeted out like, oh my god, we got the guy immediately, I think that is because he is so lazy and incompetent that he doesn't really do anything and is not really involved with what's going on in his company. So the guys below him just lied. They just lied to him, and he didn't even bother finding out if it was true or not. That's what I think. That is what I think exactly happened. Right? I think this. I have no proof and or thing, right? But it makes a lot of fucking sense. Because otherwise, you would never ever greenlight a message in which you are blatantly lying, which we can see from the actual video that was already posted that you already had access to. So he didn't watch the video, listened to the lies of his underlings, and then got fucked for it. Rightfully so.
But here's the reason why I think Dan's policy of doing that isn't working. It's because Dan didn't build the team that he is putting in charge of this. So when you build the team to do that, then you can have a more hands-off policy because you've handpicked these people in order to be in these positions and you know how they will think. But what happened is that I think Dan came in and there were already these people in these positions and he applied his leadership style to that, and all it did was exacerbate the existing problems. Because now, instead of being managed, they're allowed free reign to be even more extreme. I think that's what happened. Like that's my genuine opinion of what happened. Like, I don't think that he's malicious. I just think that he's not leading the company in a way that's effective.
He isn't malicious. He's incompetent. There's
like that's generally
there's a difference,
what I think
but
it is. And I think actually with
the
this
end result
situation,
remains the same.
It is borderlining on malicious. He never applied any leadership? Well, I'm talking about internally, privately. That's what it seems like. So yeah, explain it like this. Explains your leadership style, and his makes a lot of sense. Exactly. And like, well, Cody, like, this is the thing, right? It's like all of my mods and everything, and like my editors and everything, like these are all people that I picked, right? Or the people that like I picked. So like, there's a leadership that happens there that like, yeah, obviously like mistakes happen with everybody, but for the most part, they don't, because there's like an aligned vision that was curated ahead of time. Explain in WoW terms.
That's why Exquisite's my mod.
You have a raid leader that doesn't make raid calls during a boss fight, but he didn't make the raid, and he just came in there to a completely different raiding team, and the raiding team that he had needed to have the boss abilities called out, but he wasn't calling them out. He just expected people to do them himself. Like, unironically, I think that's like a perfect analogy.
It really is.
That's basically what it is. Who asked that?
It
No,
actually
I'm
is a
serious.
perfect
Like,
analogy.
that's
yeah.
what it was. Damn, I understand now. Yeah. And it's just, there's so many other instances. Like, for example, like you have small streamers that are, you know, like they have like 2 viewers, but they have like 150 people in their chat. Like, and this is the issue, is that there are so many of these problems that are happening on the platform that it's not any one thing. It's like dozens of things. Like, if I look at this right here,
How big should the graveyard
according to
be?
Stream Hatchet, Twitch's Q3 market share has dropped to 48%. So Twitch has now lost the majority of the market. They own the plurality of the market, but they do not have the majority of the market. That is massive. Yep, there you go. And so malicious, maybe, maybe not. Well, I think it is. I think it is. That's my opinion. So yeah, have you seen the Russian VTuber doing hate speech on Ukrainians? No, I haven't seen that at all. I can't know everything. I can't speak Russian, so I don't know what they said. But anyway, so this is probably, as far as I know, the first time that Twitch has dropped under majority, you know, ownership, right, of this, which is insane to me. It took something bad to happen to a creator and go viral online to address noticeable change for the cons and safety, besides just saying security was beefed up, which was not the case. Sad that it took this point, and thankfully it wasn't worse than it was. Yeah, I mean, I just, it is. Like, I mean, more issues as well. Yeah, I ain't
Oh, that's
really
how I
up
get
on
there.
It's clear your last one
Okay.
this because you're scared of Emmer's incoming
Got it.
lawsuit. Have fun in court, old man. Don't forget to run the 5 ads before the hearing. It took you a week to say something. How is that guy at the helm? What world is this? Yeah, okay. What about the fact that your staff forces VTubers to unmask just to do their panels, or the fact that staff lie about someone's health? Yeah, that's true. Because one of the staff said that one of the VTubers, her voice was fucked up, and so they couldn't talk to her. I don't think Dan probably wanted to read this post or write this post. I think he probably felt like he had to. And I don't know. I'm just very frustrated about it. And I don't know what else really to say about it beyond that.
I really do think the Emiru situation is a massive, massive disaster. For gonna be some serious consequences for the website over it.
They had all these people dressed up as lice in insect costumes while they let this guy in a Uncle Sam outfit beat him down with a stick. And I think it even says, like, is that the Black Lives Matter logo? I think it is.
Bro,
I'm shaking on my
can I
boots,
make them
guys.
like make X amount? They're just making them, dude. I got
Fascism
like 114.
alongside the Black Lives Matter sign, which is ironic because wasn't Black Lives Matter like the brown shirt branch
I don't even know how much
of
I
the
need.
Democrat Party that was out there to terrorize the community and force them into raising the fist and
I can
pledging
only
allegiance to
toggle
Black
it on
Lives
or off.
Matter, where they would be hurt or their stores would be destroyed? Like, that kind of sounds more like fascism to me. But the weird part about this is a bizarre thing.
Okay,
Look at this.
it's just from his live stream. I thought it was like an actual. Yeah, I guess we're kind of caught up. We're caught up with the latest nonsense. I apologize. I'm a bit of a drama farmer, so I watch it. Yeah, check out my YouTube. It entertains me. What can I say? Sometimes on an existential crisis type of level. Human and animal waste. Nasty. I'm not even making money yet. Do we even have that? I don't. And you make that? Nope. We don't have willow, so we can't make baskets. I'll have one. Just gonna ignore that. Like a glove. I need more planks. A lot more. God, it's 2:30 in the morning already. But this doesn't count, right? Because it's not a home, it's a shelter. Okay, we don't have enough access to water? The well is right next to you. I need hides for both shoes and clothes. I don't think I have enough animals near me for that. Only made 14. But they were already starting to complain about their shoes and their clothes. Those require water. There's water there. Very undesirable. $57 logs. It'll tide us over a little bit. Not even making barrels either. This should help with the desirability, like a lot. Oh, I forgot this was kind of complicated. Like way late now, right? Yeah. How does this work? What? How do I delete? No, not the field. Here we go. So this drops it by 3% and this adds it by 1%. So that's 2%. I'll lose minus 1% fertility here, but I'll lose 3% here. So we're at 68, back to 70, 67. Annoying. Okay, I'm gonna... It's nearly 3 in the morning, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. I will be back tomorrow. Same place, same time. Every goddamn day of the week. You know how it goes. Continue in Diablo. Hopefully I won't die from lag this time. Actually, like, I was so done. After I died from lag there, I was... fuck it. You know? Sucks. It happens. Yeah, thank you all so much for hanging out. I'll be back tomorrow.